Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
We're finally doing Might and Magic again. It's been a while. And yes, Silk Song tomorrow. But it's not tomorrow, it's today. We're back to today. We're no longer in tomorrow. I do have more stuff that I want to do in Silk Song, and I do think that I'm probably going to do some more streams on Silk Song. I definitely need to do some streams on Ethermancer, because as much as I joke about having finished the game, I'm sure that I haven't actually finished the content that they've released. I know it's early access, but most likely I haven't finished it. I've just finished that run, which gets me access to some other stuff. It's a roguelike. When you finish the game, you haven't finished the game. And that was a crazy place for it to have actually ended. I don't think it's ending there. So... there's no resolution whatsoever. So, today we're going to be doing the start up of our Madness run. I'm going to move my hair a little bit. We're not. You know what? That's fine. My hair can just dangle. That's fine. It can just do whatever it wants. And we'll see. I'm probably going to be... and I might even do that today. I'm probably going to be starting to do, like, multiple games in the same stream. I've been talking about doing it for a while, and... yeah, this shirt is a shirt that my friends got for me. Or, sorry, got for me. My friends made for me. I say my friends. My wife and one of our friends made for me 20 years ago, and it says "Fear me, foolish mortals," and it's a penguin with a fireball in one hand and a cookie in the other hand, and it is a wonderful shirt that I don't wear often enough, but now that I'm an old man, I can wear this as much as I want. Now, what I should do, actually, wait. We're going to do this for a second. I'm not going to be able to maintain this because I will die of overheating, but... well, that's concerning. The shirt that I would want to... the overshirt that I would pair with this, I just realized is missing. Which is suboptimal because... there's not a lot of places that it should be. Like, it shouldn't be in the laundry. Give me a second. I'm going to check if it's in the laundry. There we go. We found it. We found it. I have a fire shirt, which most of the fire is at the bottom, but that's fine. I have a fire shirt that I pair with this when I so desire. However, I live in a tropical country, so we're going to be sitting like this for a little bit, but probably not very long, because this is a surprisingly heavy shirt. I guess it's not that surprising, because I did buy it when I lived in Minnesota, like, over 20 years ago. I think I was like 16 when I bought this shirt. Which, you know, predictable. Let's see. So, I'm going to load up test, just to check what we've got going here. But I don't think we're going to be using the test file. Well, maybe we will. Did we... Do we want to dive straight into the dragon? I don't know that there's a huge distinction between this and starting over again, if we're being honest.
I can't use that.
Let's see. Hey, we have an hourglass of creation. That's not bad.
I wish I knew.
The sword is
I don't know. I wish I knew.
potentially useful. Alright.
I wish I knew.
Anything that we need to do right now? We have 3,600. Yeah, let's keep this save file. We won't start a new save file. I was thinking we might start a new save file, but I don't feel like I'm far enough away from the start to need to start a new save file. Let's make at least one attempt on these rats. And I think what I'm going to do is we're going to spend the first 3 hours of stream doing this. Nice. Okay, we're spending the first three. We're gonna spend the first 3 hours of stream doing this, and then I think I'll do the last hour as Ethermancer. I think that's how we're gonna play it. We'll do a little bit of runs on Ethermancer. I will be ending stream and restarting for that because it's that is a lot more bats than I was expecting to see in that pack. Okay, then. The other thing that I could do right now, if I felt like being lazy, and I do kind of feel like being lazy. I do love me being lazy. I could try to kill the dragon right now. No, let's kill the dragon right now. So, when we tried the dragon before, we had one fire skill. And I think we were doing 0.1%, so we're getting 0.1 for each point. Do we have... We have enough EXP to get to level 4. And we haven't trained up. Right, I think I was going to... I see. I see what you did. Okay. So, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Monsieur Tole. Did I not? No, I definitely hit the Deity Gods pedestal. It's just showing up that way because that's the way it shows up. Do we go for the dragon? It would be very unfortunate if we opened up with a failed attempt that took us an hour. That's true. We have to get to Nyon. That's our goal right now, is get to Nyon so that we can train. I think I do like the idea of trying to get this to 65. Is that a boss? That is a boss. I don't think there's any shot that I kill a boss in this starting pack.
something leaked.
Oh, yes.
Fire bat leaked. Oh, it's in the ceiling. Okay. I was wondering where it was, and its body was in the ceiling. I don't know that we can do anything to exploit that, but we were definitely dead, because as soon as we get hit by a venomous a single time, we're automatically dead. I feel like I was doing much better before. Nah, that's not true. That's not true. You can't see that because my head's in the way. There's no way you could see that. That's not possible. See, on my screen, my head is also in the way. And there's no way for me to move it. Definitely. That is completely untrue on both counts. See? Yeah, if you can't see it, then you have no proof. You can't prove shit. You ain't got no proof. Where's your evidence of this so-called halo around a skull? I don't actually remember where that's from. I'm tempted to think it's from, like, Rugrats or something. Where's your evidence? I don't think it is, but the way that the person says evidence is very weird. What is happening with my movement? Is my movement normal? Am I just too used to, like... Okay, that's a fixator. I'm probably dead here, because a fixator will outright kill me. Or not? Nope.
Looks like it's up to me.
Please? Oh, you're not even close. We need to... I was thinking we could just kite it, and no, we can't. We can't just kite a fixator. We have to actually
What lies ahead?
do way better than that. But also, we weren't dying in one hit. Weren't we dying in one hit last time? Like, weren't bosses automatically killing me? Was Madness nerfed? Because that like hit everybody and didn't kill anybody. We are still in Madness, right? This says mad. I got good. My character's just arbitrarily surviving attacks that I'm fairly sure were killing me before is me getting good. That sounds right. I can take damage. Oh, well, you're dead. As I am obviously playing so badly. I was like not kiting those at all. Man. Look, I need to get good again, okay? Like I'm Wait, can you run backward now? You can run backward now?
Sorry.
We back. We on Madness. Minotaur Madness. I'm not doing well, but we're back. How many deaths do we have now? We've added 12 deaths since we started stream. I had a total of 23 labeled before, though a bunch of the deaths that I had were not included in that tally. Where? There we go. There we go. How am I at 7.9%? How did I not clear this the other time? Come on. This is a bad idea. I shouldn't have tried to run there. Unfortunately, I don't have heals on this character. Well, the rats were the problem, though. The rats were the problem later on. I don't think it was the spiders. I kept getting killed by a boss rat in the. Oh, that's why I have. Wait a second. I had a save in here. Let me load this save. We're only at 23%. Why was I using this damn save? That's crazy. Why was I using this? Because I was practicing on that one stupid rat? Is that it? I guess also the assumption is that it's not like this I'm gonna get a better seed. Anyway. There's a fire rat that's still in play that I don't see right now. So it did take a while, but it didn't get locked in. Oh, that one. It's a reflecting fire rat, which is functionally a typeless boss. So we do have the thing that keeps killing us in this pack. That's the normal fire rat. And it kills us. We can't survive the poison. Oh wait. I can just wait this in. We shouldn't, but let's go get ourselves hits in this place. Okay, so this is a new team on Madness. So, I mean, it's not new. It's the team we were using before on Madness. It's not quite the same as the other melee team. We have a Knight, a Ranger, a Minotaur for some reason. Why do I have a Minotaur? A Shaman, and a Knight. I have a Ranger and a Knight. And a Minotaur for some reason? Are you active? Okay, you were active. Vampiric Weapon's active, right? Okay. I think it was because chat wanted a Minotaur. The Knight has to be there because the Knight is my my spear user. I could go with a Ranger, as my spear user, and I do have a ranger, but I don't want the ranger to be my spear user. Wait, are there 2 bosses in this pack? You know, it turns out that if the enemy gets just completely locked in and can't hurt you for a long period of time, Seraphs can't dual wield. But it's an entire party of Minotaurs dual wielding 2-handed axes. I don't. It can't be a Seraph. It's mechanically, it can't be a Seraph because they can't hold a 2-handed axe in their offhand. I don't know how I could be more clear. I could do a 2-handed axe Seraph, but then they're not a spear user. This is the problem. If you can't use a 2-handed axe in your offhand, you're not in the party. This is a very simple mechanical reality. No, but they are using a 2-handed axe in their offhand. The thing that is required is that all of the characters have an offhanded 2-handed axe. Everybody has to have one in their offhand. Not even just that they have to have one, they have to have one in their offhand. Any schlub off the street. Why is this a puller now? Wait a second. This file is from before the change that made it so that every enemy is preset, I believe. Does anyone know the mechanical interaction there? There's not 3 bosses in that pack. There absolutely are not 3 bosses in that pack. Does anyone know the mechanical interaction between being in a zone that was loaded up when it was random? And because you're adamantite now. Every single time I come in here, I'm getting a new. But this is a. I'm already in the dungeon. This shouldn't be changing its type, right? We might have to restart the game. We might actually have to restart. Let's take a look at the patch notes. That would make sense. So are we thinking if I load prior to entering the Temple of the Moon, if I load up the test save and then save the game, it'll already have the preloading for everything? Is that what we're thinking? Like everything will be preloaded and set in stone if I just save over that save file, because that's a good
interpretation of what's going on. This is just the loot, though. No, each map is predetermined bosses. Add seating for options. Fixed items spawn upon starting a new game. Yeah, I think that like the test. The test file should be giving me the same loot in that chest every time, right? In theory. So let's save this. We go in.
What lies ahead?
We go, what lies ahead? And then we get an immediate boss and cry. Because we can't complete the dungeon. This is actually similarly bad. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, you're dead. So is everybody else. But I don't think that everything is the same. Actually, it's not the same full set of spawns, right? It's just that it's setting the bosses. So I guess I should just let's just. That does look very similar. We're checking this, so we have this set of things. We're loading test.
Let's go in.
This is a different group of enemies, and this is a different set of loot. I think we might want to start a new game. Oh, reduced monster damage by 20% on Insanity and Madness. I don't know when that happened. 9-9? Was that before or after Silksong came out? Silksong came out on like the 3rd or something, right? Boss HP reduced early on. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to start a new game. We're going to start a new game because without having Malekith here to confirm, I feel like that the stuff in there should be preset. Like I saved over the test file, so it shouldn't be a problem there. We will check because I feel like I remember it being mentioned that the item loot in chests is not supposed to be random anymore. I think it's supposed to be preset. So the fact that I'm getting randomized stuff even after having saved and reloaded over this file is concerning to me.
So, let's change your portrait to...
I am the best.
Choose me for your quest.
I want in.
Choose me.
You go this way.
My blade is. You want.
Choose me for your quest.
Are we using both of them? I guess we're using both of them, right? Okay. Do I bring the Paladin back instead of the Minotaur? I think I do. So we're going to Beyond Madness.
I'm your man.
You... Why am I changing you?
Pick me, Sally. Don't. I'm your pick me. You gotta pick me. Come on, pick.
Pick me.
Come take it.
Hello.
I've just added more things in between me and where I'm going. So 1, 2, 3, and then so we will have one duplicate portrait, but we only have one duplicate portrait. That's fine. Okay, so how do I feel about removing the knight? I feel bad about removing the knight. How do I feel about removing the Minotaur? I feel kind of great about removing the Minotaur. I think that having an all Minotaur meme run that doesn't include the Minotaur class is funny. So, I feel like I don't want to drop that element of it. Okay, I am going to need to confirm some stuff once I set things up. The issue with Minotaurs as a class is that they don't do what I need them to do. As a class, a Minotaur is very similar to a Paladin, but they don't get access to light and dark magic, right? Like, I'm going to take a look at the spreadsheet and check the skill list. HP game. Okay. It's not even that it's like it's not even that I would necessarily say it's a bad class. It just doesn't do what I need it to do. Like I wouldn't comment on its general utility. Why can't I open the spreadsheet properly? Okay, why was that showing up at 40%? Okay, so Minotaurs get Grandmaster Axe, obviously. That's the only thing we need to worry about there. They get Mastery in the Self Magics. They get Normal Identify Item. They get GM Bodybuilding. They get GM Perception. They get Master Meditation. They get Master Disarm Traps, which is useful. They do get Master Arms Master. They get GM Cover, which I didn't realize. And they get GM Retaliation. So not really. You know, I think they do need to get looked at. They need to be looked at a little bit, actually, because as I'm looking at Paladins get Grand Mastery in Spirit, Mind, and Light Magic. And they get Grandmaster Plate. They get Master Identify Item. They get Master Arms Master. I feel like a Paladin is almost strictly superior to a Minotaur. Like, as a class, the Minotaur class is almost strictly inferior to a Paladin. They do get GM Chain, I believe. But GM Chain is, I think, pretty much strictly inferior to GM Plate. Let's see. Well, you can hold 2 axes as a Paladin, too, because Paladins also get Master Axe. So, since a Paladin gets Master Axe, if you're playing as a Minotaur, right, if your character is a Minotaur, then you get access to dual-wielding two-handers. So, like, you're not going to do as much damage with a Paladin as you would with a Minotaur. But, I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And, like, that's assuming that you're playing as, like, a Minotaur race. If you're not playing as Minotaur race, then you're only getting 1 axe as a Minotaur, I think. Does the Minotaur class also get the ability to dual wield, or is it just if you're a Minotaur race? If the class also gets that built in, then I could see an argument for the class if you pair it with like a troll or something. But otherwise, I feel like the Minotaur class is kind of like being a Paladin, but worse. Right? Which has always been the problem with Minotaurs. Minotaurs have always kind of been, what if a Paladin was less good than a Paladin is? Right? Like, that's kind of the deal with a... Look, vanilla Minotaurs were not impressive. A vanilla Minotaur is not a super impressive class, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, exactly. Hence the crying. I think we're making you a Paladin. I think that I'm not going to allow the masses to convince me that I should bring a Minotaur along to a thing that's going to be this fucking hard. We are going to put the Paladin in the middle, because I think that this is a funny model to have a Paladin. We can pick up Axe and Plate right off the bat. That gives us access to a shit ton of useful stuff right off the bat. And we can't even take any of the other skills. So apparently we get access to Master Identify with this, which is good. Disarm... No. No, am I reading this wrong? I must be reading this wrong. This is Minotaur. No, this is Monk. Paladin does get Master Identify. They get normal Disarm. Master Disarm was from the Monk, which is right next to it. Okay, I just need to look at the sizing here. So, we have to bring a Shaman. You can be the Shaman. And you know what? You are going to be the Death Knight, because I do think I'm going to bring a Death Knight. I think these are the most expensive things I can pick up. Death Knight gives us what? Death Knight as a class gives us... why am I looking at weapon skills? Master Identify... Master Merchant, Grandmaster Repair, which it doesn't matter because we're bringing a knight, and only Expert Disarm. A Shaman is only Expert Disarm as well. So, why is a Seraph able to get GM Disarm? That's interesting. Okay, so we've got... Oh, that's interesting. I wonder how that works.
Is it because you have 3 skill? Because you're given +3 to your skill, and for whatever reason, it's coding it as +3 before you even have the skill trained? Maybe that's what's going on?
So you have 0 plus 3, and like maybe there's some other factors that require you to train other skills. Like, can you equip an axe as a minotaur with no skill?
Okay, we need to figure out what we're calling these things. What should be
Our theme. I typically do some sort of food theme.
It might be a little insensitive to use a food theme of beef. Fast food is pretty depressing, though.
I don't get a positive moodlet when I think about fast food.
What if we named them after something very frou-frou and fragile coded? Right? Like, I like doing the opposite. I like doing opposites to a degree. So, like, the idea of naming them, what would be a delicate food? Because we could go back to our axe themed names if we wanted, but I think that we did that. We were that was naming them after like fish that were associated with. We don't need to worry about it. We can name them after birds. I have done a bird themed naming convention before, but we could double dip on the birds. We could even name them not after the actual like bird name, but like if we could think of like what is a specific type of vulture, and then do the specific typing, not the vulture itself. Right? That could be fun. Because obviously the obvious thing is to just like, yeah, but carrion also just has like a different meaning unto itself. Let's see what is carrion vulture an actual type of vulture? Vulture types. Oh, we could have turkey vulture. That would be funny. Is that we named this one turkey, and you think they're named after a turkey, but they're actually named after a turkey vulture. I kind of like that. White-backed vulture. Ruppel's vulture. Eurasian griffin vulture. Andean condor. California condor, hooded vulture, Indian vulture. Is that an AI image, or are Indian vultures that cute? What the hell? Oh my god, this picture. That's the best looking vulture I've ever seen in my life. Look, this is crazy. Okay, we're going to Twitch chat so that I can copy paste this into Twitch chat. That is a crazy. Look at the Indian vulture, okay? That's the third vulture on this list, and it looks cute. And vultures aren't supposed to look cute. Though Ruppel's vulture also looks kind of cute. I mean, it's cute in different ways. Sorry, I'm not even looking at the names. Okay, white-backed, white-headed.
This looks like an AI image. Cape vulture. Egyptian vulture. The Egyptian vulture looks wild. Lappet-faced vulture. Andean condor. This is the content we know and love. We come to here for Googling random vultures. American black vulture. Greater yellow-headed vulture. That's a cool looking bird. Griffin vulture. Griffin vulture just looks like a bird. King vulture is insane. Lesser yellow-headed, palm nut vulture, and turkey vulture. You know what? I think we're gonna name this person Turkey. As a channel subscriber, you can pause and rewind this stream. Wait, is that a new function? I guess it does say new. Oh, vultures are often very big birds. Like, vultures are big honking things. Okay, we're calling you Turkey. We're naming everyone after birds, but they're specific birds, and they're not getting the name of the actual thing. I just like the idea of naming them Turkey, which is the name of a different bird that they're not named after. Three speed is more likely to save my life, I think. Okay, so we have the Paladin, which we've got set. Paladin. What is the holiest of birds? Are you suggesting that we name everybody after specifically a vulture? Because I was just going vulture because it's the Death Knight. But we could do all vultures. Well, you would think, given the amount of investment that I did in looking up all the different types of vultures, that yes, it would be all of them. But I was just looking up all those vulture types just to see if any of them struck me more than Turkey does. But the idea was they're all named after birds, and one of them is named Turkey, but they're not named after a turkey. Ooh, let's find out what kind of turkeys there are. Because if we can name someone after a turkey and it's not the person named Turkey, that would be awesome. Turkey species. Is there only one type of turkey? Wild turkey and ocellated turkey are not great names. Those are not great names. Though Ocelota does sound kind of cool. Ocelota does actually sound pretty cool. I do kind of like that. What's in it? Ocelota is kind of fun. And an ocelot is a cool animal, too. So if we name one of them Ocelota, that is specifically the scientific name of the ocellated turkey. Right? So it's not named after the turkey part. It's just named after the... I think that's where we're going with. That's what we're going with. Okay, so we have two characters set. We've got two set now. Next on our agenda is... You're going to be the shaman? Yes, I'm going to make you the shaman. We need to change your class. We have a shaman. We can't give you fire at the start. What are the most important things? It would be nice to have spirit and body because that gives us guaranteed bless and guaranteed healing. Bless is going to be very important for the dragon. Water doesn't give us anything particularly important, I don't think. So we're golden. So what bird should we name the shaman after? Oh, there's a turkey emote. I didn't know. What type of bird should you be? This is the closest thing I have to a dedicated... This is bird. A dedicated spellcaster. Maybe I should name this after a really famously smart... You know what? I'll name you after a Mina. How many types of Mina are there? Mina species. Because Minas are very cute, and that's not how you spell Mina. They're a type of starling. They're an invasive species? Oh, interesting. Minas are any starling in the Indian subcontinent, regardless of their relationships. Huh. That's... See, this is why you Google things, because you learn really interesting stuff. So, Minas aren't an actual, like... So, they're not a type of bird, so much as a type of bird native to a specific area. So, jungle and hill minas. True minas. Bare-eyed, fiery-browed, Oppo. I think... Maybe we could go with Oppo. They look pretty cute. Oppo Minas. Oppo Minas are pretty cute. We'll name you Oppo. Okay. We will give you what stats? Mina. M-Y-N-A. Sorry, I can't see chat when I'm looking at my my browser, so it takes me a while to respond when I'm in a Google phase. Let's see. I think we actually just drop our casting stats. We pump might as if we were doing that. So it's M-Y-N-A. I'll just... That's how you spell it. Yeah. It's a Mina. They're all over the place here. They're like... the common minas here, which I think are called common minas, are like, I would say, in between in terms of like the way that they behave and the way that they act in the world. They're somewhere in between like a pigeon and a crow, in the sense that like crows are famously very smart birds and pigeons are famously very dumb birds. But pigeons are like always like underfoot and like taking table scraps and this, that, and the other thing. Crows are huge birds that are not underfoot a lot, right? Like crows are above you and they're potentially fucking with you, but they're not like a thing that's getting underfoot. Minas are meandering around food stalls and like getting food off the ground and this, that, and the other thing, right? Which is, I don't know what a BO is. What is BEO? Oh, a common hill mina. Yeah, these don't look. So is BO refer to the entire group, or does it only refer to the common hill mina? Because Google's giving me the common hill mina, but I don't know if that's like because Google's just weird, or if that's like, is it pronounced BO or BAO? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's the German name for like a hill mina, or if it's a German name for all minas, because it's a big group. But yeah, like it's such a cute it's a cute thinger. They're like a cute classification of bird, and apparently they're similar to starlings. I don't know what a starling is. Like I don't know what defines the class of starling. So maybe all starlings are like this. Presumably they are, because that just makes sense. But yeah, so we've named 3 characters. And now we're at the hard part. We have Grandmaster Light. We have Grandmaster Spirit. We have Grandmaster Mind. Do we need Grandmaster Body? Not really, no. The most important thing for Grandmaster Body is immunity to status effects, which we get through itemization. So I don't know that that's going to be that relevant, especially since I imagine that we're going to be getting one shot a lot. So we have you. Are you going to be the tank? We don't have any disarm people, and we don't have GM Merchant. So let's take a look at Merchant. Who has GM Merchant? Monks, dude, there's no way you get that. I must have misread that. That's crazy. Yeah, I misread that. I was looking at bodybuilding for some reason. So Dark Elf and Cleric, neither of which are really valid for this run. And Merchant and Seraphim. You really want me to use a Seraph, huh? GM Body gives Power Cure, yeah, which is pretty good, but isn't like core and critical. Like it's not like a make or break for the run. I don't think we're not gonna have GM Merchant for this run, so we're gonna see whether I'm right that doesn't actually matter that much for our run because of the fact that we're just not going to get the skills anyway. Though I'm probably going to end up having to break a bunch of rules for this run anyway. We'll see. Trolls do get Master Axe. Do we go crazy with it? Do we go Troll, Death Knight, Paladin, Shaman, Knight? Is that what we do? Because I like the Troll pickup. Like, trolls are just fun for me. I love trolls. Like, I've had a soft spot for trolls ever since I played EverQuest. And not ever since... Okay, that's not true. I've had a soft spot for trolls ever since EverQuest's patch that made them hot, okay? Like, let's be clear here. The new Luklin models for trolls were awesome, okay? And that's the only way that I was getting a troll made, but no. Luklin trolls are where it's at. I know people like the old trolls, but, like, the troll and ogre models, in my opinion, were way too similar. I can see a world where you transport the OG face structure onto the Luklin model. That works for me. But, like, just having them be kind of generically round, it's not my cup of tea. Nah. Well, you also have to remember that ogres were supposed... Like, well, I don't know about were supposed to be, but in the lore of EverQuest, ogres were the most overpowered creatures that were ever created because they were made by a god of war. So having them just be these kind of, like, amorphous blobs in the OG model really doesn't fit with the Chosen of Ralosek, in my opinion. Like, they conquered the world. They conquered the damn world. And you can see the Luklin ogres conquering the world. I will say, Luklin end up with the same problem that the OG ends up with, which is ogres and trolls are too similar. Right? They're too similar to each other. I will give you that. One of the two of them should have stayed fat. Okay? One of the two of them should have stayed fat. But you can be fat and good looking. And I don't think they should have gotten rid of that aspect. But more importantly, you can be fat and have a defined vision for what you look like. And trolls and ogres are supposed to be extremely strong, and neither of them looked strong, right? Like, they just kind of looked like dough, right? Like, I don't, from my recollection, we're looking up the old EverQuest ogre model. No, I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. I take it back. The ogre model was fine. There's nothing wrong with this model. There was something wrong with my head as a teenager. Many such cases. Ogre model, perfectly fine. This is a very reasonable model. The troll model looks
like a wrinklier version of the ogre model. You do away with the troll model, and you replace that with the Luklin model. The new ogre model should be beefier, like a beefier version of this. Which, honestly, it kind of is. I'm not going to lie, it is kind of that already. But it's not quite as, like, broad. I don't know. The Luklin Ogre model does also kind of slap. I'm not gonna lie. The Luklin. The other thing is, I will say that the troll women in OG have a very distinct and cool looking model. The troll women, that model kind of slaps, right? It looks like it's like very Swamp Witch coded, which is perfect for the trolls in EverQuest because they literally live in the swamp and they have access to that style of magic, right? So, like, okay, look, maybe my memory, which, bear in mind, I have aphantasia. I cannot actually picture any of this shit in my head. My memory for visuals is, in fact, undermined. Do we go troll? I think we go troll. We go troll, we go knight. We go troll, we go knight. We're taking axe. Do we axe arms master? Wait. If we go troll and knight, wait, do we have anybody who can disarm traps? Wait a second. Wait. Paladins get normal. We only get expert disarm with a ranger, so a ranger doesn't really help much. Shaman, I think it's expert disarm. Shaman gets expert. Death Knight gets expert. Knight probably gets expert. Wait, we're cooking. Knight gets master disarm. It turns out the knight pick is clutch. Okay, we're doing fighter disarm. Okay, and you're already set as a knight. Perfect. Let's see. So we take axe. We take. What do we do as our secondary for right now? I guess bodybuilding is the thing that's. No. We need to take leather because that'll actually give us armor, and trolls get. Do trolls get GM leather or do they? Wait. Let's take a look at trolls. Troll leather GM. We're doing GM leather. That's how we do. Love when we have an easy choice. Easy peasy. We maxed this out. We drop you. We pump you to 20, and we pump you to 14. We don't actually need to be dropping luck. Luck actually is a fairly important stat, and we don't actually have the same... The reason that I drop luck is because in the base game, you get the luck from the wells, but you can only get it up to 15. Right? In this, I don't think that's true. I think you can just use the wells a specific number of times. So, like, I still do the thing, even though that's not optimal anymore. The well has 8. Yes, the well has 8 charges, and it doesn't require that you be below 15 anyway. So, like,
I think it's like 2 per character for 4 characters. It's like it's a weird thing. You can't stack them all on one character anyway. Okay, we need to get a name for our troll. So, do we go Swamp Bird? Also, I'm just gonna say it. Look, Shrek is an ogre. Is not an ogre. He's a fucking troll. Like, he's obviously a troll. He's a swamp creature with the little dangly bit. Like, he's clearly a troll. He's not a fucking ogre. He doesn't look anything like an ogre. What kind of ogre looks like Shrek? That's crazy. He's a swamp troll. Come on. Get your names right. Giant prehistoric beefly flightless bird. Does it have an affix to its name? Because the thing that we've been doing is we've been naming them after we're naming them after a bird, but we're naming them after a specific type of bird and not including the bird name, right? So turkey is named after a turkey vulture, right? Ocelota is named after a turkey, right? A ocellated turkey. And ocelota is the ocellated part, not the turkey part of the scientific name. And Apo is a type of mina. It's an Apo mina. So does the diatrema thing have like an affix to it that we can put that in there? I guess I can Google it. Diatrema. Several genre, including the... Okay. Do we have... This is promising. There's multiple species. Sichuanensis? Let's see. Is that what is the word? Yes, there's various types. So we're definitely using this. Who gets this? The troll, because the trolls are the coolest, and this is the thing. This is a very cool looking bird. Do we have, like... I guess we don't have common names for them because nobody is seeing them and naming them common names. I'm sort of like... I kind of like Saraceni and Sichuanensis. Sichuanensis is going to be a pain in the ass for me to pronounce. I'm pretty sure that I'm mispronouncing it. Like, is it Sichuan or Sichuan? I don't actually know. No, it would be Chua. Because it's Chua Chu Kang. So, Sichuanensis? Do we want to torture me anytime I'm trying to talk about my characters? Ooh! That's a good point. The undead model makes a lot of sense. That would be the knight. That would be the knight. So is this like fake Latin? It is, right? Like, I just realized that, like, most... Oh. This is literally just like Sichuan, like the place that I don't know the pronunciation for. We could click this Google video by Julian Mikkel, who definitely sounds like they would know how to pronounce a province in China. No offense. Let's see what Julian has to say.
I'm gonna get it.
That's not what I'm looking for. Why is this? This is not even YouTube.
We are looking at how to pronounce this name as well as how to...
Why does this not just have the name? Oh my god. How does a 43-second video have 3 designated parts to it?
This pronounce including from China and food names. This is the name of a province from China. In Chinese, it is said as Sichuan, Sichuan, although in English, this is generally said as Sichuan, Sichuan.
That's not how you would normally say it in English. I hate to tell you, but that's not how I've never heard it pronounced the second way. It's really pronounced Szechuan. Julian is very much an authentic Chinese. Listen to that guy's accent. That guy's like French, right? So like we have a French guy trying to tell us how to pronounce a Chinese word in English. And I think that's really funny. Julian. Oh, man. Look, I'm not gonna lie, Szechuan is kind of as weird a pronunciation as his English version of that was. Do we... You know what? Here's what we do. I have an emergency message to send to one of my biologist friends. Where are you? I think we have to use this one. We're using this name because I don't know how to pronounce it. And I'll learn how to pronounce it. I'll learn how to pronounce it over the weekend. His biologist friend, quick, how do you pronounce Szechuan? Why did I take chain somehow? Okay. We're taking axe, and we're taking... We don't need to take spear off the bat. We'll get it eventually. Honestly, bodybuilding. I think bodybuilding is the way to go. We'll pick up Arms Master when we pick it up. We don't need it immediately. Yeah, we don't need it immediately. I was contemplating, I was thinking about it, and no, we don't need it immediately. Okay, we're doing this, and this is going to be the name. Bear in mind, my biologist friend is like Chinese. She knows how to pronounce Chinese words. So in addition to being a biologist, so she'd be familiar not with this particular word, but she would be familiar with the way that like the Latinization of words, right? Like they take like a dude's name and they make a fake Latin version of it for the scientific name of a thing, right? So like she'd be familiar with that, and she would also be familiar with how you actually pronounce. I don't remember what this is. Is this pinyin? The conversion. There's multiple ways that you can convert, like at the very least Mandarin. I don't actually know that this is Mandarin though. right? Like, is this Mandarin? What region of China is this? This is, what, northwestern China? They probably don't speak Mandarin here. No, this is southwestern China. There's no way they speak Mandarin here. Like, as a... Nope, I'm wrong. It's 95% Han. And Han Chinese are the ones who speak Mandarin, right? This is rude. Man, I really, really hate the government of China so much. The Han ethnic supremacy in China is a problem because when you look at like ethnic composition, you look at Han, it says language is Chinese. What do you mean Chinese? That's not a language. That's a language group. But China wants to pretend that Mandarin is the only real Chinese and that they're all just that like all of these other like related languages are all basically offshoots of Mandarin, right? It's all part of their Han supremacy bullshit, okay? We don't need to go too deep into it, but it does mean that it makes it harder to learn what language people speak in different regions of China. I mean, to a degree, that is true, right? Like when you conquer a country, you do get to just claim that, you know. But like, it's usually there isn't as there were, I'm sure, different like French sub-languages, right? And the dominant French dialect kind of took over, right? In like, so like this has happened everywhere where you have empire, right? Like the French Empire consolidated into a single version of what we now call French, right? But like the Frankic languages or whatever. But also like there's not that many French people in the world. Like, to be clear, like we're talking about China has more people than Europe has in it. So like imagine if like let's imagine Germany won World War II and said everyone needs to speak European now. European is just German. So all of the people who are speaking French, you're just speaking bad German. Right? You know, all the people speaking Norwegian, you're just speaking bad German. All the people speaking Dutch, you're speaking bad German. I know I'm now going to actual Germanic languages. I was going to make a joke about it, but I'm not going to make a joke about it. But like, you speak Italian, oh, I'm sorry, that's just bad German, right? That's basically what's been done in China. Is China, the government, has said Mandarin is the only real Chinese. Anything else isn't really properly Chinese. And so Mandarin is Chinese. Everything else is a dialect of Mandarin, basically. So it's like a really rough thing. And their justification for it is that the writing system is identical, but Japan uses the same writing system. Japan also has other writing systems, but Japan has Chinese in it. They're just kanji literally just means Chinese characters, and it's not like an allegory. If you're Chinese and you go to Japan, you can read. Anything that's written in kanji, you can just read it. Because it's the same word well, it's not the same word. It has the same meaning. There might be different subtextual meanings, right? But it's like... Anyway, just learn some German, everybody. Just have everybody learn German. Let's just pretend that the pan-European language is a real thing. Which, to be clear, there are a lot of Germanic languages, as in like languages that are directly and clearly related with German, where it's like, okay, we could call this pan-Germanic thing something if we wanted. French ain't one of them, right? Like, the Romance languages are very different structurally, come from a very different inheritance tree,
So a pan-European language is going to include a bunch of shit that's basically unrelated. And the same is true if you look at like southern China. Southern China was only loosely affiliated with the empire for most of history and kind of to a large degree to this day, to my understanding. And the languages there are just not really particularly related to the northeastern, Mandarin dialects or whatever, right? Anyway, it's a whole thing. I'm not an expert on the topic, and I should probably shut up before I say something really dumb. But it's a bugbear of mine that, like, imperial powers get to just... We should pump all of our points into endurance. You know what? Oppo? There's a reason you're the smart bird, isn't there? There's a reason you're the smart bird. You with the endurance boost, that's actually really smart. Wait a second. Let's see. The thing is that you can't... There's a big difference between having a language that everyone speaks and claiming that every language is English. You understand what I mean? The problem with what China's doing is not that they're saying Mandarin is the official language of our country. The problem is that they're pretending that Teochew doesn't exist. They're pretending that Hokkien doesn't exist. They're pretending those aren't languages. They're just calling them dialects. But they're not related to Mandarin structurally in a way that, like, they sound completely different. If you hear someone speaking Mandarin, you hear someone speaking Hokkien, it's like the difference between hearing someone speaking French and German or fucking Tamil and German. Like, they just don't seem particularly related. Maybe they have some relationships with each other, but Hokkien does not sound like a dialect of Mandarin. That's a crazy interpretation. And minimizing the cultural differences within China is part of an ethno-nationalist project, right? Whereas, like, having everyone have a language that they speak, Esperanto is a thing that I think is a very sensible project, because it's like, do you really want, like, one language group to have dominance over the global language? I think that that's iffy, but also making up fake languages just doesn't work very well. So, like, I'm fine with conceptually with everyone having a language they speak so that they can speak to each other. In Singapore, that used to be Malay, and now it's English, right? Back in the day, it was Malay. Everyone spoke some Malay. Everyone spoke a lot of Malay, right? But, like, in order to be able to communicate with everyone else, right? So if, like, an Indian person's talking to a Chinese person, they're talking in Malay. That's not the native language of either one of them, but it's the language that everybody has learned. And now that's English for Singapore, but it used to be Malay. Point being, I don't have a problem with that kind of thing. The problem is pretending that they're not real languages. Like, pretending that, like, Tamil isn't a real language because the Tamil speakers are speaking Malay when they're speaking in public, because they are talking to people who are native Chinese speakers of many different types. There's a lot of different languages in Singapore. It's like you've got, I think it's like a minority native Mandarin speaker. You've got a huge Hokkien population, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody learns Mandarin now in school because it's the global dominant Chinese language. And it helps when you're trying to communicate with the Chinese government, which keeping good relations with the Chinese government is something that is generally good when you live in Asia. Anyway, point being, we need to find a name for this troll. And I also need to pee. God, how long have we been live? We've been live for an hour and a half. I haven't even created my party. Look, this is very typical of me. I will be right back. I do need to pee. And let's get ideas in chat for a bird genre that makes sense for a troll. Okay? Maybe the sexiest bird we can think of. I'll be right back. And click.
We back. We don't. We're not back. We're once again leaving. So, a regenerating bird. Ooh, we could name you after some sort of cassowary. That could be fun. What kind of cassowaries we got? Cassowaries are pretty cool. Because we want to have something cool. Because, like, this is a very cool looking bird. Cassowary species. Southern northern dwarf and Casuarius edekeri. It's an extinct species of cassowary. Interesting. Let's look at cassowaries. Southern, northern, and dwarf. They're classified as ratites. New Guinea. They have a very tiny range. Oh, that's just the southern cassowary. Cassowarius is very funny. I think cassowary is a dead end. I don't want to use another Latin name. Though it would be kind of funny to name our troll dwarf. Wait, do we want to name our troll dwarf? Am I going to remember that it's named after a cassowary at that point? Because this is turkey vulture. This is ocelota, the turkey, apo, the mina, and sichuanensis, the... God, what was the name of that thing? The Gastornis. Also known as a... What was the other word? Diatrema. There are definitely a lot of types of birds that come in dwarf varieties, that's true. Do we want to go with something that's a little bit more specific? Though a lot of these names, probably a lot of these are actually like there's probably a turkey something else. I mean, there's certainly a turkey. And a lot of these are named after like a region. Like this is just named after a location. I don't know what Oppo is. Oppo might be... I think it's a type of research. I kind of just want to name you Dwarf because I think it's funny. Like, trolls and dwarves are historic enemies, like, almost everywhere. Like, they're not in EverQuest, interestingly enough, because they're on different continents. But, like, dwarves and trolls are very, very frequently associated with having direct antagonism with each other. I think because there's a lot of same space where there's mountain trolls and like things like that. So let's go with dwarf because it would be nice to have a party created within the first 2 hours of stream, right? That would be nice. We have dwarf, we have turkey, we are removing this and putting up the endurance to 23. I think that that's a better play for my purposes. That's going to save my life in several circumstances, I think. So we have a Death Knight, we have a Troll, we have a Paladin, we have a Shaman, we have a Knight. So who is the Master Merchant? Is our Death Knight the Merchant? Do we? Oh wait, do shamans get GM alchemy? They do, right? They do not. But you know who does? Death Knights. So we're golden on alchemy. And we have cover. We have repair handled by you, if nobody else. I think we're golden. I think we're golden. I think this is going to work great. And by that I mean I think that we're going to die horribly. But we'll die horribly but greatly. Oh, right. I'm going to write down who gets what. So, let's open up a notepad so that I don't forget about this. So, I would like to associate. I shouldn't do this in Notepad. I should do an actual Google Doc for this, but I'm not going to worry about it. Disarm is Sichuan Ensis. Then we have Identify. Somebody has GM Identify, right? Who is it? That has GM Identify. It was someone that I didn't expect. Identify item. I get Master with a Paladin. Do I get GM? I might not get GM Identify. Shaman. Shaman gets GM Identify. So that is Oppo. And then we need Repair, which I think Repair goes to... Because we have multiple options for Repair. Repair, we can use our Death Knight, but we can also use our Knight. And we also might be able to use our Knight? Our Paladin. Paladins also get GM Repair. I think Ocelota gets Repair. Because I can get that up to 10 and not worry about it, but Disarm, I need to put points in indefinitely. I don't remember how high I'm going to need to get it, but I'm going to need to get it to a point so that I can actually get everything. So that's Repair, and then Merchant is the other one that I'm going to have to probably be putting a lot of points into. So Merchant is going to be... What is your name? Not you. Turkey. Merchant is Turkey. Disarm, Identify, Repair, Merchant. Am I missing a secondary skill of importance? Perception exists. I don't know that it's important. Identify monster, technically, but that's not an important one. I'm not super concerned about it. Okay. I think we are golden. So we've got this written down. We're ready to start. We can close this. We don't need it. We open up chat. We can see chat forever now. We're on Beyond Madness. We've clicked on this thing. We have everybody set up. We're taking Water and Body on you. And we need to get Dark. So we don't get Unholy from the start. We have to pick that up at a Dark Trainer, right? That's unfortunate. But we have Axe and Plate, we have Axe and Leather, we have Axe and Plate, we have Axe and Plate, we have Dagger, we have Body. I think... I actually shouldn't have closed that thing. I think Shaman is maybe better off with Chain versus Leather. Let me find out. Shaman's over here. They get Master Leather and Expert Plate. I am going to assume that I want leather. That's just what I'm going to do. I'm just going to assume I want leather. So we'll be picking up leather with them. And then we have 2 leather. Then we don't have anybody who uses chain. Which isn't great. Because it means that we can't make usage of any chain. But it does mean that we can copy multiple characters' armor across. I think that this is a better option for me. I'd rather have the ability to utilize duplicates than to have more things that we can use in total. And we're golden! We've started the game. Beyond Madness, Word of Warning. No bolster here, except on starting maps. Quest timing matters. Finish early, immediate power now. Less EXP, finish late. Bigger EXP later, no early power. Run wide tracking. Let's see a death counter. On the map, red counter appears after you take damage. It clears when no monsters are nearby. Loading or leaving the game while that counter is red counts as a death. If insanity wasn't enough for you, you're in the right place. Okay. So, we're saving this under test. We have the ability to train to level 2 immediately. We can equip all of our gear. We are not equipping the non-axes.
I can't learn.
We can sell all of the... Wait, you do start with Dark? You do start with Unholy. So Death Knights start with 3 skills? Because we have... Why do you have Perception? Yeah, why do you have Perception? I don't think I'm supposed to have Perception, am I? I don't know why I'm starting with Perception on this character. If everybody started with Perception, I would understand it, because that would mean, oh, okay, because they're Minotaurs, but... I'm not going to worry about it. We can't get Master until we get promoted, interestingly enough. Let's see. You can get... You can get Expert, which means that I can pick up stuff like Water Walking, but I don't need Water Walking. I do need Jump. We can already get Expert Merchant. That's going to eventually be critically important, just for sell value. Okay, I think we are ready to start pulling some shenanigans.
I'll use it well.
Okay, we get the Bless spell.
I'll use it well. I'll
Heal,
use
slow, bless. We cannot equip a dagger. So we need to find an axe for them before we can do anything too fancy with them.
Ready.
We have the ability to maintain bless with you, so let's do that off the bat. I shouldn't have taken Spirit because I already have a Spirit user. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We have 2 people who can maintain Bless if necessary. Can you get Expert? You can already get Expert in Magic as well. Okay, we're all set. So, what is our goal right now? Our goal right now is clearing out as much as possible, leveling up as much as possible, and then killing the dragon, I think, before 5 o'clock. I think that's my goal. So I think I need a red potion, which I don't have the materials for on hand. I need... We need to loot the whole area. Whatever's possible to loot. We now have the materials necessary to make a red potion, which we can then turn in immediately. I think we do that.
Yes.
So let's go turn in this potion. We can... Do we need to grab membership? Yes. We also have the ability to pick up the fire skill, which we will be picking up. There's a thing right here that's preset. I forgot about this. We need to pick up the musical instrument. We'll grab that. We start with so much money that we can pick up the loot. We can pick up a seashell from the person who sells them and turn that in. And we can pick up the Day of the Gods pedestal, get the extra skill points from that. Then we turn in all the stuff that we can do before we have to actually invest into anything else. Okay. Pop this, grab you, grab you. There's the possibility that I'm going to allow myself to use consumables on this run. Like, people have been talking about how they think it would be interesting to... You can give me a hat or something, right?
Hello.
Okay, we got the fancy hat. We'll get another one, don't worry. Let's go pick up the quests. We will turn those in. Give me a... Muted myself accidentally as well. Okay. I needed to change the thing. Okay. So, we've gotten the victory here with everybody. We go over here. We save the game.
His Grace, Lord Markham, Duke of the Western Lowlands.
Okay. Okay. So, we're eligible for level 3. We need another 500 for level 4. And let's take a look at our quest log. I don't have the red potion because I used it and forgot to make the...
His Grace, Lord Markham, Duke of the
What took you so long? I do like turning that one in last, because that is a fun one to turn in last. Alright, we need 2,312 more EXP to train to level 5. I think that last time I was doing all of the quests last, because they'd give me more EXP if I did them last, and the enemies give me less EXP if I do them last. But I'm not going to worry about it. We're not going to worry about doing anything particularly fancy here. I'm just going to try to maximize for clearing out this dragon. So we're going to go beat up the dragon. We're not doing it at this exact moment, but we're going to do it very shortly. We're going to do that before we do the other place. So our goal right now is to head over to the trainer. Let's wait, before we do that, let's think about what we need to train in terms of skill. No, you know what? Let's train ourselves up to the appropriate level.
Need some training? That's the ticket. That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
And then I can see how much money I have to play with. We probably want Arms Master on everyone who can get it. Particularly on you. We need to get the fire skill. Correct. DKs rely on other things in place of that. So we save the game. Click this button. We go over here.
To the fire
We learn fire. We don't need to pick up any spells, though, I don't think. Actually, is Fire Aura one of the spells I can pick up? It is. Do I pick up Fire Aura? I think we need Fire Aura. This is a massive DPS increase, I think. We're picking up Fire Aura. This, I think, is more important than anything else we're going to pick up at the moment. This will give me a very large boost to my DPS. Can we pick up Fate?
The Guild of the Spirit welcomes you.
Yes. Is this actually going to boost my crit chance at all against the dragon, though? The dragon's like level 100 or 300 or some shit. So I don't know that this even will improve my crit chance against the dragon. Because the dragon, I might functionally have a 0% crit rate against it. That 5% additional crit rate against a level 4 enemy won't help with. I believe so, yes. I think that they use a similar formula to World of Warcraft, where crit chance is affected by the difference. Is basically like you have a crit chance for creatures of your level, and you need higher thresholds to meet higher levels. So as you go up in level, your crit chance that's visible will go down. But that's not because your actual crit chance is going down, it's because the crit chance is showing the crit chance against an enemy of equal level to you. I had over 100% crit chance and was not critting occasionally against really high level enemies at one point on one of the previous runs. I don't know that I bother with Fate, honestly. I think that is a very marginal DPS improvement against something this high level. I could be wrong, but that's my presumption. Okay, we don't have the merchant skill yet. So, what other things do I need to pick up? I should have picked up the merchant skill before I bought all those spells. That was a mistake, but I'm not going to worry about it. It's not going to end up being relevant. So we now have Fire Aura and Bless active. Those are two effects that I think are going to be very solid for what we're doing here. It is currently 10:30. That is not the optimal time to be doing stuff. Do I have another quest that I can turn in? I'm not going to lie. I could turn in the longbow and the missing contestants at 3 a.m. and give us the maximal time available for the boss. Okay, so one thing that we do know is that the most important thing that you have to do is invest every single point that you have into fire. So we now have 5 fire skill. This gives us... what, 0.5%? You need to have a weapon equipped. I don't have a weapon that you can equip yet because you're given the dagger skill, but you can't have the dagger skill because you're a Minotaur. So, do you have the axe skill? You don't have the axe skill. We need to give you the axe skill.
Need a new weapon?
This is actually critical. And we need to pick up an axe. If we don't pick up an axe, it's going to make my life a lot harder. Because it will mean that one of my characters is not going to be getting the Fiery Aura enchant. And it's not going to be Oppo. We would be better off equipping a faster weapon on Oppo, but we're not going to do that. It's fine. We will be able to get this done with the resources that we have available, I think. Popping over here, popping over here. We are in the yellow right now, which is not optimal. And this does not have what I need. So I think I probably am going to end up needing to reload here because I think that there's definitely enemies on me. That was a fuck ton of damage, actually. Holy shit. So we need to figure out what skills we're going to improve here. They're fighting the guards, we're reloading. We're not going to pick up that item because we don't need it. It's not an axe. Anything else that we need to do? Yes, we need to get our luck boosted. We need to get the fire resistance. We need... Are we below the threshold for this? We are not. We need to get rid of a little bit more money to be able to use that. I don't have quite enough money to burn it on a skill. We do have haste, right? Yes. Okay, so... our unlucky knight, which also makes sense, because, you know, Sichuanensis, you're extinct. Bad luck, friend, bad luck. Okay. I think that we are basically ready to tackle the dragon now. What do we need to do to make this happen? Do we have Cure Weakness, actually? That would be a nice thing to have. If we could have... We can't get Expert, which would be really nice.
The guild of the body welcomes
You don't have the body skill. Shit. You can cast it.
Guild of the body.
You already have it, so... But you can't put any points into it as the problem. The other problem is that I don't have access to the spell here. That's fine. Next on our agenda, then, is... I think we just get there. We need to... pop over, and it's my presumption that okay, this is actually serious talk here. Do we allow ourselves to equip a non-axe on one of these characters for this initial bit? I'm not gonna lie, I think we do. I think we do. So, you can equip a sword. This does 3d2. This does 2d4. So, we are going to equip this, and we're going to equip this crude axe on you. And we are going to save the game under test. We're going to pop in here. It would be nice to have 10 food, actually. It's too bad we have 9. If I had 10 food, I could actually save at the start of the fight. And that would be pretty handy, actually. We don't have anything we can do to improve our DPS, so we're just going to jump in. Was it this? Is this the right spot? Who is attacking?
I've never seen one before.
Nope, that's not what I needed.
I've never seen one.
We're killing that one. Well, that was weird. The dragon just disintegrated me. Okay, who's attacking me? Okay, we are going to reload, because we actually want... Yeah, a mace is just a very blunt axe. And they might not be blunt. It depends on the mace. Some maces have spikes. I don't have the regen skill on people, which I'm realizing is a mistake. We need to pick up the regen skill. I just realized that I don't have the regen skill and I actually need it. Because multiple people can learn regen. So how do I get the money for that? I have to sell my shit. We're selling our shit to get regen. Regen is going to be a very important thing. So you have regeneration as a skill already, so you're set. Also, I need to pump axe. And I think I just realized that I'm pumping axe and you're the one using a mace. You actually don't need to pump axe necessarily. You could pump one of these other skills instead. You are invested in the correct stuff. You are investing into axe. .5 damage and 1 attack. You... I'm now realizing that doing this means that I'm not necessarily going to have enough skill points available to do some very critically important stuff later, but that's okay. We're going to sell enough to get to...
See anything you want?
Thinger. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
This will allow us to pick up the regeneration skill on one party member.
Do you need healing?
We only have one person who can learn regen. Who can learn a regen. And then we pick this thing up. Oh, never mind. I thought you had to be under 100 to make that work, but apparently no. Maybe they removed that. I think... How much does heal cost? Oh, heal costs 6? That's a lot. That's quite a lot. Oh, right, I don't have Vampiric Aura on, and I don't have the Blood Leech on. And what do you get? Icy Touch. Should I allow Icy Touch to be used? No, I'm not going to. Okay. We're popping in. We should have a somewhat easier time now. You're locked in, you're locked up. Okay, we're dead now.
Ow! Can someone heal me? I've never seen one.
The healer's unconscious. With Oppo being unconscious, I think that's GG. We just reload. Funnily enough, it doesn't even count as a death. I guess I should have done something to make it count as a death, but I'm not going to worry about it.
I don't know. I've never seen one. I don't know it. I've never seen one.
They are a little dry-aged, but don't you worry. They're not actually cows. They're actually birds. Every single one of them. This is pretty rough. I can at least lifesteal if I'm doing this, but yeah, I don't know what's going on with these. Yep, they're all birds. They look like cows, but they're actually birds. This is our dwarf cassowary. This is our turkey vulture. This is our ocelota turkey, ocellated turkey. Our apomina and our Sichuanensis. God, what is that thing called again? I'm so bad with the names. It's a extinct bird. Thus the appearance.
Come on, let's go in.
I'm beginning to think that we should have healing on another character. I'm beginning to think that having only one character with healing is simply not going to work out for us, and that we do in fact need to sell some more stuff, even though we don't have the merchant skill, just to pick up the body skill. And
Can I help you with anything?
Though, now that I think about it, I could have used the thing that I started with if I had held on to it, but poison spray. Oh wait, we have heal from you! Perfect! So we need enough to pick up the body skill, and that's all we need. That's enough to pick up the body skill.
The guild of the body welcomes you.
You learn the body skill. Hey, Friday. How's it going? Now we're cooking. And we have 7 mana. We're cooking a dragon right now. Well, actually, we're being cooked by rats, but the hope is that this attempt is the attempt where we cook the rats and then follow up with cooking the dragon. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, but that's the idea. The party is a group of delightful bird minotaurs of various kinds. So we have a troll minotaur, we have a death knight minotaur, a paladin minotaur, a shaman minotaur, and a knight minotaur. All of them get at least master axe, and we can... Am I in the wrong place, actually? Wasn't that shallower one to the right that I actually go to, usually? I actually hit something that I think was pretty active. If I invested all of that... I don't like the fact that you're jiggling. Okay, the ones that are over there are still potentially going to use ranged attacks on me. I'm actually going to heal on you.
I've never seen one before.
Those are not attacking anymore. Okay, Morkrak is close enough to hit. For a second, I think Morkrak might have been out of range. We're not switching to double speed yet because we do still have rats that are not locked in. We have haste, and we are confirming. We do have vampiric aura. We just don't have any damage to speak of. Wait, why are you so low already? Holy shit. Man, this 5 fire skill is going hard, actually. Holy shit. Somebody just attacked me for a lot of damage. Who was it? It was the one that's in the back there, I think.
I don't know it.
Well, the amount of HP you would think wouldn't matter that much.
I've never seen one.
I guess I'm only doing 21 damage with my percent-based damage, right? So does Morkarak gone back to a reasonable hit point value that I can actually deal damage to? Oh. So I didn't need to completely lock into maximizing my percent-based damage before we started? Well, that's fine. This is going fast. Okay, well, you know, look, we organized our entire party around assuming that this thing had 16 trillion HP. You know, that is possible. Maybe this was like just self-interested behavior from Malekith being like, you know what? I like watching this stream, but I don't like watching 90-minute fights against Morkarak where you're just sitting there holding it. I don't even have the game on double speed because I might have to respond to what the rats are doing. This is like... Look, Morkarak wasn't unkillable if you had a shaman, you know, you could just do percent-based damage, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, no problem. Alright, well, you know, we're gonna clear Morkarak here. I wonder what level Morkarak is now.
I've never seen one.
Morkarak's down. And now we start working on the rats one at a time. We want to be very slow with our attacks, because when enemies start jiggling around, it's not see what happened there. I should actually just burn the fire rat here first, I think. There we go. And I want to kill, I think, everything in front of me first. Okay, so those are all down.
I haven't seen this coming before.
Monsters are weakened, but will no longer resurrect.
No match for me. I've never seen one before.
You know, I was expecting that we were going to be like, okay, well, we finished killing Morkarak, so I guess that's the end of stream. But no, it turns out we finished killing Morkarak in like 14 seconds. We get an amulet. We get all of the quests done here. I also invested all of that EXP like prematurely into leveling up, and I just didn't need to. I could have done so many things. Okay, well, you know what? We have definitely not gotten an optimal start to this, because we were preparing for a fight that we didn't really need to prepare that hard for. So we now have a huge amount of investment into very marginal improvements to our DPS, and also we didn't need to do this. You can try to equip this. We don't need that shit. Yeah, it was the mace that made the difference, exactly. Okay, let's pick up Merchant. And we established that who is the Merchant? It's the Death Knight, right? Ocelota the Merchant. Wait. No, it says right there, Repair Ocelota, and I read that as Merchant Ocelota. Did I get Exane XP? I'm eligible for level 9. You know?
You need healing.
So yeah, we got some crazy EXP there. Let's see here. Merchant is here. Okay, so
Go in peace.
Merchant,
Do
Turkey.
you need healing? Go in peace.
Wait, you hadn't invested in these skills yet. That's funny. I think we just take Expert Merchant as soon as we can. We just immediately pump this up. This gives us a little bit of extra stuff to work with. We want to get...
I'm trying to think of... Ugh. What do we have to get for expert? Do we have to get like 12 or something crazy for expert now?
And we also need $1 billion cajillion, I think. 13 expert.
What is the most important skill for Turkey to pick up? I think it's axe for everybody, actually. It's tempting to get frost for water walking. It's tempted to get that.
Do we... I do like the ability to dual wield, but we're not going to get it anytime soon. I think the utility out of Frost Expert is the thing we need to work toward, because that'll allow us to handle some stuff that is otherwise going to be just like an unmitigated disaster. So Apo needs to get identify item. We need disarm on Sichuanensis. Disarm is over here. Let's do that. Let's see.
Come in, come in.
Now you know who to blame for this madness. Let's see. Sichuanensis.
Come in, come in.
Repair for Ocelota. I'm not suffering. I'm having a good time. I'm having a great time. So this...
Can I help you with anything?
We need identify on someone, so... Repair is Ocelota. Ocelota is you? Yes.
Can I help you with anything?
And then... Identify on you.
Thanks. Come again.
Does it? Well, you know, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I spend most of my time playing Digimon games complaining about the fact that they decided to make all the digital monsters into robots. So there is that. There is that. I do think that they should all be cats. That's what we should have, is a game where all of them just turn into cats. I am actually intending to mix and match what games I'm playing within a given stream. I'm going to be doing a mixture of like different things. I've been thinking about going an extra hour in some of my streams and doing 3 hours of Might and Magic followed by 2 hours of whatchamacallit. What is the world that I'm thinking of? Ethermancer, right? So we'll see. We'll see how I end up doing things. I've talked about doing this in the past and never actually implemented it for any meaningful period of time. So we'll see if it ends up happening, or if I end up getting distracted by some shiny object. We're clearing these. I don't think I'm going to be doing... I'm not going to... I don't usually play demos, right? Like, I usually just wait for the full release, and then I just play it. I don't even usually play early access. I'm doing early access of the Ethermancer,
because it's like such a small like studio that's doing it. That like I really enjoyed their last project. So I'm like, you know what? Given that it's like a roguelite, I might as well. Like this is something where it's like this makes sense to play early. Also, I need to remember to file that bug report. Shit. Who? Wait, who's being attacked?
Oh, yes.
Who? Did you kill a peasant? Let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be just preparing a bunch of babies. As long as no peasants died there, I think we're just going to live with the fact that we got a kill stolen. I actually don't know that I'm going to pay that close of attention to that kind of stuff this run. Honestly. After having played Silksong, I don't know that I want to reload for incredibly silly stuff like an enemy killed another enemy. Or like an ally killed an enemy rather than I killed them. I don't even know if you lose EXP to that. If a friendly kills an enemy, do you lose EXP? Because I know summons, you still get the EXP if the summon kills them, I think. You do what? You do lose the experience or you do gain the experience? Okay. Gotcha. It's not a big deal. I have no chance. Well, that's rude. They should Dark Souls this shit and just let me absorb all souls that ever exist. So that's a shadow. This is a leech. Oh no! A leech? Let's see. It's 5:30. I can't train. I thought I remembered somebody saying that you do get EXP if your summons kill something. Though, I mean, good luck having a summon kill anything. They do so little damage. Enemy on enemy violence is very funny because it's like, oh yes, I have 6 million HP and I deal 10,000 damage per hit. It's like, okay, well, I feel like I'd have to work at it. Oh, nice. I remember someone mentioning that they were doing a pacifist run. Let's see. I think someone was doing a pacifist run recently where they were not doing like summons or anything. It was just retaliation damage. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna do retaliation and heal. It was like retaliation and like flame aura or something like that. Oh, it was just pain reflection. Oh, you don't even get retaliation damage because that's like technically your character hurting them. Okay. Rude. Oh, you don't. Retaliation requires attacking. I've never had retaliation, so I thought it was. I thought that retaliation was basically a whatchamacallit. The thing is that I never get
cover that high, because the times that I've had like a dedicated character that was intended to be a tank, I've never finished the run. So I don't get to the point where I'm actually ready to do it.
Can someone heal me?
You know? We're having a difficult time here, it turns out. I do have a troll this... Well, I also have a monk in, like, all my recent playthroughs, but... Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it's like the Helm of the Ruler or something, right?
Got it.
Gotcha. I'm not sure how I feel about giving liches mind magic. It's not really... It's not heavily associated with liches. Mind magic is heavily associated with vampires.
Yes.
I guess liches tend to have, like, monster armies that imply that they're using, like, monster domination spells in some way, shape, or form. Which would be mind magic, right? But... But priests aren't nice. In what world are priests nice? Clerics are war priests. One of the things that's kind of funny about the like... about the paladin class is that paladins are kind of redundant because clerics are already war priests. Like, clerics are what paladins are. Like, they're the same kind of thing. There aren't any, like actual, like, priests in most, like Western, like, D&D inspired stuff. It's all these war priests, right? Which they're a different vibe, right? It's like a different dynamic having, like, a cleric versus, like, you know, a dude wearing, you know, the robes with no weapon. Oh, holy shit, we just got some plate. That might be clutch. Might be garbage, but it might be actually very, very powerful. We'll find out. We are regenerating, which is nice. Because I don't have meditate.
I don't know it.
But yeah, I would think of if you're talking about, like, the person who's going to rule an evil, you know, grouping. I would never associate ruling with a lich, because liches might have, like, a domain. That domain is going to consist of monsters, right? I think it's fairly rare for a lich to have, like, a proper, like, feudal fiefdom, if you will, right? Like, they're not going to be running a nation because on a fundamental level, they're a wizard, and that's just not how wizards work. Wizards are ornery assholes who sit in their towers and read books, right? And that's what a lich does too. Like, liches aren't the kind of character that I would associate with being the ones in charge. Liches do not force an ideology on other people. That's not what a lich does. That's what an evil priest does. An evil priest will certainly do that, but an evil lich? I mean, tell me honestly, can you identify the alignment of a wizard? Right? Look, it's slightly redundant. You can't tell the alignment of a wizard. They all engage in the same behavior, which is to say, they sit in their tower doing fucking nothing. Right? That's how liches work. That's how wizards work. They all do basically nothing. The only way that you can tell their alignment sometimes is by who happens to have them on, like, speed dial. Where, like, okay, well, the ruler of this nation gets them on speed dial. What is Gandalf's alignment? You tell me what you think Gandalf's alignment is. What does Gandalf do that's particularly good or evil? Gandalf just sits around. Like, Gandalf does nothing. He does fuck all for years at a time. But Gandalf is the one who's putting kings in power. So Gandalf, if anything, would have to be lawful. Right? He has to be lawful because he thinks that putting kings on thrones is the thing to do. Right? So on a fundamental level, he cares about order more than he cares about, like, anything else. Right? Like, he's not a person who acts good. He doesn't. He occasionally helps people out, but, like, he engages in the same shit that Tom Bombadil does. And Tom Bombadil is clearly chaotic neutral, right? But Gandalf is like a half step removed from Tom Bombadil in terms of, like, his actual putting his hands on the wheel and doing shit. Gandalf's like, oh well, you know, I'll just fuck around. Like, Gandalf is barely more of a moral entity than Tom Bombadil. That's my statement on that, is that Gandalf just doesn't... I mean, like, read The Hobbit. Right? Like, read The Hobbit and tell me that this guy is good. What does Saruman ever do in the entire time that he's around, right? All he does is, like, fuck with one hobbit that one time. Saruman fucks with one hobbit one time, and then debatably enslaves an entire people. Okay, so yes, he does enslave an entire people and do some shit, but he only does that after he loses power, okay? When he has power, all he's doing is weird magic experiments making orcs for somebody else. And that's the key. He's not actually an independent operator, right? Like, he's not doing anything for himself. He is subservient to somebody else on a fundamental level. He's not a head honcho. He's just doing his mad wizard shit for a bad guy, right? And Gandalf's just doing a lot of the same mad wizard shit. Not a lot of the same mad wizard shit, but doing a lot of mad wizard shit for the good guys. Saruman had joined the evil team like 150 years ago, and nobody noticed. That, like, you want to tell me that you can tell the alignment of a wizard? Saruman's closest allies had no idea he had turned evil for 200 years, and you're telling me you can tell the alignment of a fucking wizard? No shot. No fucking shot. Saruman got corrupted like 1 billion years ago. No one noticed. No one can tell the difference. It's just like, oh yeah, it's a wizard doing evil wizard shit. Okay. No, because I don't believe in moral relativism. And neither does D&D. So, D&D has sort of like objective standards of morality that are tied to alignment with specifically death to a large degree. So, in D&D, there's negative and positive energy. And doing some things causes negative energy to more closely, like, latch onto you. And negative energy is the thing that causes death. Now, what's interesting is that undead are all evil, objectively. They are objectively evil. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I would consider them morally evil entities. But they are evil mechanically. But in terms of my value system, someone who's absolutely dedicated to killing everyone in the world is just evil. Like, moral relativism is not a thing that I believe in. I just don't think that it's... I think that it's very silly. Pick your... Here's the thing. You need to ground your axioms. Right? You couldn't have a paladin of Grumsh. You can't have a paladin of Grumsh. Like, that doesn't make any mechanical sense. You might be able to do it in 5th edition, but you can't have a paladin of Grumsh, because a paladin is lawful. Ignore the good part, because paladins... Whether paladins as an archetype are good or not, I would say that they're more neutral. They're too Inquisitor-coded for me to consider almost any paladin good. Because paladins are very Inquisitor-coded, and Inquisitors are, at best, neutral. Like, fully at best, they are neutral entities, right? A paladin devotes their life to killing people. That's what they have dedicated their life to. That's not a good person. Right? Killing evil isn't good. Killing evil is just killing evil. That's what it is, right? Whether it's good or bad to do it depends on a lot of factors, but dedicating your entire life to the murder of evil people is not well-adjusted behavior. That's very maladjusted behavior if that's what you've devoted your entire life to, okay? But that's not what a paladin is. A paladin is a very specific thing. You can be a favored soul of a deity. Being chosen by Grumsh makes you a favored soul. A paladin is not identifiable by having the favor of a deity. Paladins don't necessarily have to have the favor of a deity. What paladins have to have is an oath that binds them to a specific and rigid structure of behaviors. Right? That's what makes a paladin, is their oath. If you have an oath that you're rigidly following, Grumsh will not give you the time of day. Because Grumsh is chaotic. So a paladin is... The concept of having a paladin is anathema to Grumsh. It's not that you as a person couldn't dedicate yourself to Grumsh, a chaotic evil god, in a way similar to what a paladin would. It's that Grumsh would not recognize that as a good thing and give you power as a result. The power that you get as a paladin would have to come from your god. And anyone who's going to be a paladin is not someone that Grumsh is going to give that power to. It's an incongruity between what a paladin is. Because a cleric doesn't have to be that. Right? Paladins are a very specific thing. Right? They're a specific, rigidly orderly thing. And I do think... I am of the opinion that you should be able to have a paladin of Lolth potentially. Even though she is chaotic evil, I believe. I think she's chaotic evil. I don't understand. Lolth isn't chaotic evil. Lolth is not chaotic evil. I'm sorry. She's not chaotic evil. Like, she has to be neutral evil. You can't, like, we have to look up Lolth. Because I think she's supposed to be chaotic evil, right? Alignment. She's not chaotic evil. So she's aligned on the thing. Like, if you look at the D&D wiki or whatever, she is aligned chaotic evil. She's obviously not a chaotic evil deity. The reason that I say that is that Drow society is extremely rigid hierarchy mixed with bits and pieces of controlled chaos. Drow society is not a chaotic place. From day to day, it's a very orderly society that she has fully crafted in her image, right? The idea that Lolth would run such a... And there are elements of chaos to Drow society, right? They're not... No. They're not a lawful evil race either. This is the thing. With the Drow and their society and the way that Lolth behaves, Lolth is a mixture of hyper law and hyper chaos. She is both of these things at the same time. She is neutral, not in the sense of being like not that lawful or not that chaotic. She's neutral in the sense of being massively chaotic and massively lawful at the same time, right? She is messy. Drow society is messy. That's the defining characteristic of Drow society, is how messy it is. So, and I've read the earlier Drizzt books, right? So, like, my comprehension of Drow society comes from reading the Drizzt books as a kid and like Baldur's Gate 2, right? Like, the way that the Drow are consistently presented is they have a very rigid hierarchy, a very lawful structure, right? This is a rigid hierarchy. This person is on top. This house is the dominant house. These people are in favor. These people are out of favor. Like, there's a hierarchy to everything, which is law. That's what hierarchy is. Or that's what law is. Law is about hierarchy on a fundamental level. Control, hierarchy, law. But then the thing about the Drow is that they also are very fey. They are definitely elves. The Drow are more elven than the actual elves in D&D. Like, the normal elves, the normal-ass elves, don't act like fey creatures in D&D. They act like these, oh, yes, I am this ancient creature, and I am just blah, 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 oh, look at me, blah. They don't fuck with people the way that fey do. But bear in mind, I'm not talking about, like, Tolkien. Tolkien didn't make elves. Elves are just fey, right? Like, elves are not a Tolkien original. I don't know a ton about the Moon Elves, but I doubt they act that fey. Because the ones that would be... Because fey are low class. Fey are not classy. Fey are just fucking with people. Fey are creatures of chaos. How could the Highborn, the people at the top of society, be the chaotic ones? That's crazy to me. What do you mean? In what context are we talking Fey? Because Fey are like pixies, right? Fey, creatures that have like these bizarre behaviors that they just do, and it just makes sense to them. They're just like fully trolls. Like before we came up with the concept of trolling online, like that kind of like just bizarre, fairly antisocial, but like mostly just crazy. Let's see. See, that's a little bit fey. That's a little bit fey. Anyway, point being, everything about the Drow is simultaneously extremely ordered and also extremely chaotic. And that's why Lolth is a neutral deity to me. Because, again, she created the society in the image that she wanted it to be in. She completely dominates the society. She controls everything about the way that it operates. So the idea that she's like chaotic evil just doesn't make any sense to me, because again, she's a mixture of hyper chaos and hyper law. Because okay, well, here are the rules for how it is that this school year is supposed to go. Everybody has to rigidly follow the rules, and if you got caught breaking the rules, then we will fucking kill you. That's an extremely lawful thing. But then the entire society is built on subverting the same rules that it's set up, where it's like, okay, yeah, but the point is that you just don't get caught. Right? Like, so Drow society is about breaking the rules and not getting caught breaking the rules, but also breaking them in a way where you didn't get caught, you can't prove, right? You can't prove that you did this, but you also don't really gain anything if nobody suspects that you did it. So you're supposed to be doing this, like, not quite clean rule breaking, where it's like, everybody knows that you broke the rule, but nobody knows, right? No one can prove it. Well, slavery is lawful, not chaotic. Like slavery is a rigid hierarchy. A rigid hierarchy is a lawful evil thing. Slavery is the most lawful evil. Like, chattel slavery is lawful evil. Well, as a society, as a societal structure, it's lawful. Right? You're creating rigid structures of hierarchy. That's what law is. Yeah, well, chaotic does whatever it does, right? Chaotic evil can be represented in a lot of different ways, but slavery is definitely, like, a chaotic evil person might enslave another person. A chaotic evil person does not create a caste of people who are intrinsically meant to be slaves, right? Like, a chaotic evil character or society will treat slavery as a thing, potentially, right? But they're not, like... They're the kind of chattel slavery that, like, the triangle trade involved, which is also, to a degree, what the Drow engage in, because the Drow don't enslave each other. I mean, they kind of do, but not in the same way. But that kind of, like, systematic enslavement of, like, every goblin that you run into, that kind of stuff is very, very lawful evil behavior. It can be chaotic evil under very specific contexts, but, like, broadly speaking, racial supremacy is lawful evil. Any sort of racial supremacy is lawful evil. It is lawful in its construction. The idea, you are creating a series of rules that we are superior to these other people, that's law. Right? Like, law and good don't have anything to do with each other. Right? Like, they're completely unrelated phenomenon. They're actually not that unrelated. They are mostly unrelated. In the sense that you cannot have well, yeah, you will lawfully swing... Yeah, that's called a crusader. That's what a crusader is. That's what a paladin is based off of. A paladin is based off of people who lawfully swing their sword to gain slaves for their god. That's what a paladin historically has meant. It's one of the reasons that paladins, as the strictly, like, the maximum law and maximum good, are actually incoherent and can't work. Right? This is a thing that people have complained about in D&D for as long as D&D's been a thing. Which is why these days they're so focused on the oath itself rather than the alignment shit, which didn't really work very well. Because the thing is that you can't maximize law and maximize good. You just can't do it. If you go to a place where slavery is legal, you can't be maximally good and maximally lawful. Because the good thing to do is to free the slaves, but that's illegal. That breaks the social contract of the place that you're in, right? That is expressly chaotic behavior to free all the slaves. But it's also expressly good. So the more lawful you are, the less good you have the potential to be. Because it means that you are rigidly following a set of rules that can't not apply universally, right? Yeah, we don't have Wizard Eye yet. I need to start throwing out heals before you die, huh? I think I can keep you alive. Maybe? I don't need to keep you alive that much longer. Please? So sad. But, like, but that's the thing, right? Like, it's important to remember that slavery is legal. You know, the Holocaust was legal. Right? Like, it didn't even break international law at the time. There was no international law against genocide. It was created for the purposes of going, this thing that they did was so crazy, we need to create new laws, and we have to have them apply retroactively, because obviously this is crazy. This is obviously crazy. Right? Like, there's nothing about following the law that makes you good. If the law is good and you follow the law, that's great, because it's a good thing to do. But the law is not intrinsically good. For saying what? That the law isn't intrinsically good? I mean, you have to fear getting, like... Let's just say that governments don't like when you tell them that laws are not what defines goodness in the world. Kind of universally. States are not good. They are not your friend. They are not your friend. What's that Brennan quote? Laws are just a series of threats made by the dominant socioeconomic class against everyone else. And that's true. I didn't say it wasn't bad, I said it wasn't illegal. It was evil. And it was so evil that everyone who saw it said, the fact that this isn't illegal is itself a crime. We have to make this illegal because it's that bad. It was obviously and intrinsically evil. Anyone who looked at it went, this is fucking crazy. This is evil. But it wasn't illegal. International law wasn't a thing. The law was, if you see a Jew, you get them round up and sent to a labor camp where they are then killed. That's what the law was in Germany. It was legal. But law has nothing to do with morality. It was evil at the time. It was obviously evil at the time. Anyone with any sense of morality at the time in Germany was like, this is some crazy shit, what the hell? And then they got shot. The person who said that got shot. That's the thing, right? Like, when the Nazis control the government, they decide what's legal and illegal. But here's the key thing. The only person who can decide what you think is moral and immoral is you. And it's arbitrary. You're going to arbitrarily come across what you think are the right morals. But they're not unimportant. It is extremely important, and there are better and worse ways to do it. Grounding your axioms is very useful. Grounding your axioms, using the fewest number of presuppositions to define what you consider to be moral and immoral is critically important. For me, I have 2 rules when it comes to defining morality. Maximize happiness and no supervillain shit. And that covers basically all my bases. When looking at whether an action is good or not, just going, does this lead toward better happiness, better outcomes for people? Does this make people happier? Or does it make people unhappier? And when I'm thinking about this behavior, does this start to make me sound like a supervillain? Okay? And the supervillain element is an important element of anything where you're trying to maximize happiness, because it's real easy to fall into some supervillain shit, right? It's easy to go like, yes, well, here's what we do. Depressed people are less happy on average, so what if we just killed every person who was depressed? That'll increase the total number of happiness in the world, right? Supervillains know that they're engaged in some supervillain shit, okay? Any supervillain with any sauce in them knows they're engaged in some supervillain shit, okay? Let's be clear here. Whether they think of themselves as bad or not, they know they're supervillains. They just think it's fine to be a supervillain. No, well, being a villain is societally determined. Being a supervillain is a matter of taking, taking a thing that, is a problem and deciding that the solution to it is to go with the craziest option that you could possibly think of. Right? It's like, okay, well, as an example, right? My politics are fairly radical. I have fairly radical ideas for what I think society should be. I'm very anarchist-leaning. I'm not an anarchist, but I lean in the general direction that anarchists lean in because they seem chill sometimes, and their ideas, I think, make the most sense to me. Minimizing hierarchy, I think, does actually benefit society in a lot of ways, right? If I was like, yes, so the way that I'm going to fight against the intrinsic hierarchy of society is, what if I created a hive mind so that everyone is de facto has to be on the same plane because there's only one person, and that person is all of us. That's some supervillain shit, right? That's supervillain shit. That's crazy. Does it achieve the goals that I'm trying to accomplish? Who knows? Right? The consequences of such an action are crazy. It's way too big an action with way too complicated of results to actually believe that I understand it and I understand what the consequences will be. And that's fundamentally what the no supervillain shit means. Is, to me, if I'm taking an action, I should have some idea of what the consequences of that are going to be, and I shouldn't be just going, well, clearly this will have great results, right? This will have, excellent results. It also means stuff like, the concept of, I think that the concept of a capitalist is a bad concept. The idea of guillotining all of the capitalists is not a good one. That's a really bad idea. That's just, you don't build a good society off of doing that. That's a crazy thing to do. That's just supervillain shit, right? There's an infinite number of these, of like, okay, we have a legitimate problem. Let's come up with the least legitimate solution to this problem we can possibly come up with, right? So that's why supervillain shit is there for me. Everyone will have different axioms, but everyone should have my axioms, because my axioms are objectively the best axioms. That's actually not true, by the way. That's actually not true. I don't believe that everyone should have my axioms, because I don't trust everyone to have my axioms. No supervillain shit. Socialism is not the perfect way for a society to run. There is no perfect way for a society to run, because it depends on the, like, whatchamacallit, the material conditions that the society finds itself in. Material conditions just simply matter, right? Like, it matters what the material conditions of your society are, and the issue that socialists will run into forever, well, not will run into forever, but the issue conceptually with socialism is that it's obsessed with the working class. Well, I know you're not talking about North Korea or China. I'm saying that socialism is obsessed with the working class. What if we don't need to work anymore? And I'm not talking about, like, the kinds of shit that we've got going on now. I'm talking about, like, if we've got replicators, socialism as a concept loses a lot of its power because it's obsessed with the working class. But also socialism runs into the problem of, how are you caretaking? How do you ensure in your dictatorship of the proletariat, one might say, what about the non-proletariat? Well, it would depend. But in a theoretical society, the people that repair the replicators is probably mostly self-done. At a certain point, it's going to become too complicated for individual people to do the job that you can do with a machine, including repairing the machines. There's work to be done, but there won't be work for everyone to do. As technology improves, more and more bullshit jobs come up. Star Trek is not a true socialist environment. It's legitimately not. For a lot of reasons, not the least of which being, who's the proletariat in Star Trek? Who's proletarian? Is Picard a proletarian? He kind of is. Right? He works for a living. Except he doesn't work for a living, because nobody works for a living. But, like, it's... Well, I don't think that it has any meaningful democracy in Star Trek. But, I hate to say this, but Picard has a lot more in common with medieval nobility than he has in common with a factory worker in, Bangladesh. He's a joyrider with a free ship, fucking around doing something that isn't productive to anybody and nobody gives a shit about. That, in the best case, that's what he is. In the worst case, what he is a soldier on an imperial mission. And they flip between the two, right? They flip between the two. But remember, Picard runs a ship. Not everyone gets their own ship. Explorers are, historically, incredibly pampered, noble failsons. That's what an explorer is a pampered, noble failson. That's explorers. The ones that you know about are the ones who were failsons who wrote well enough about an interesting enough topic that you remember them, but for the most part, it's just some kid from some random dude who doesn't know what to do with their kid, has nothing better to do, and doesn't have to work for a living, right? And it's true that nobody has to work for a living in Star Trek, But not everybody gets a ship. Not everybody gets a ship. But Voyager is a military vessel that is run in an extremely authoritarian fashion by a specific human being. In what way is that socialist? Socialism is about reducing hierarchy. Having a rigid military architecture is not socialist. What about space? See, the true socialism is the Space Marines who have a divine worship of the first emperor. Yes, that's definitely it. To be clear, for people who don't know, the Imperium of Man, the human faction in Warhammer 40k, is explicitly fascist. That is the point of them, is that they are explicitly a fascist state. Okay, so to be clear, that's why it's funny to call the Space Marines socialists, because it's like they're just though to be fair, I mean, most people who have called themselves socialists are in fact fascists. See Soviet Union, North Korea. I can't say on Vietnam. I don't know enough about Vietnam to know whether they created a thing. But definitely, like, China. I thought I was hearing heresy. For the Emperor, indeed. Yeah, so to be clear, there's a big difference between the states that have that claim the title of socialist and what the actual political system implies. Right? Like, that's a thing that's important to recognize, is that a country can call itself socialist until it's blue in the face. It doesn't make it socialist structurally. It doesn't make it a socialist nation in any way, shape, or form. They can call themselves whatever they want, but these are terms that have, like, meanings. This is not self-ID shit, right? Like, gender is broadly self-ID. Like, political ideology is not, because they just have fairly rigid definitions. Not all of them. Like, fascist is not a very defined term. Fascist doesn't really mean anything. It leans toward a thing. You look at Umberto Eco, and Umberto Eco, you can get an idea of whether this is more or less fascist. But, like, fascist, there's just no, like, coherent ideology behind fascism. Why am I behind without a weapon? Because I don't have a axe for them. See, that's a paladin's oath, and this is why paladins can't be good.
I don't know it.
That, right? Like, I'm sure that's some, like, 40k, shit. I don't know a lot about 40k. I'm only vaguely familiar with it. But, like, yeah, but the Space Marine, they're the good guys. It's like, okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. Look, given the choice between the Space Marines and the Warp Gods, I mean, maybe? Do you want your fascism or your eldritch fascism? Why do you have repair and merchant? You're not supposed to have both, right? Why do you have merchant? Why did I give merchant to you? Wait, you get Master Merchant? This is very funny, by the way, because I know vaguely what Nurgle is. Nurgle is like it's one of the old gods, but like most of this is going over my head. I am only vaguely familiar with 40k. Do I just get up all the way up to 7, actually? I think we do. We just take it up to 7, because we know that we're going to find a bunch of shit that we can't identify otherwise. Do you have leather yet?
Wish I could. We could sell it.
This is 27 armor plate. That's a huge upgrade. Not for you. We'll give that to you, because you're the one who's the least...
We could sell it.
Intrinsically durable. We give this to you. Does that get us to 6? It does not? Question mark.
Well, even without Master, right? Like, even without Master, just getting Expert Identify Item at 7 is, like, even just having it normal at 7, it's just such a valuable skill to have, you know?
In what way is Nurgle an OnlyFans girl? What? Which one is Nurgle? Nurgle isn't the pleasure god, is it? Wait, which one's Nurgle? Isn't Nurgle like the plague one? Wait a second. Nurgle's like the plague one, right? And what does Nurgle have to do with OnlyFans? Because I think that... Do the Skaven worship Nurgle? I know the Skaven aren't in 40k, but in fantasy they have the same gods, right? Is it Slaanesh who's the pleasure one? It is! Look at me! Look at me looking at warp gods' names and knowing who they are. Let's go! Okay, what am I doing?
We're figuring out... Let's see.
I know so much about Warhammer. You have no idea. I played that one Warhammer game for at least 5 minutes. We don't need to worry necessarily about getting one shot on you right now. Do I prioritize getting you... I think I do have to prioritize getting you to 13. You have nothing else going for you in your life. You need to get Axe to 13. And you need to get it to 13 soon. So we're getting you as much Axe skill as we can. Ocelota. We need...
Oh, it's not 13? I thought it was 13. Okay. 12. What do we need to get to 12 here? Well, you need repair, right? Because I'm definitely going to be... No, you don't need repair. You're not the person who's supposed to have repair, right? No, you are the one who's supposed to have repair. God damn it, it's going to throw me off that you have merchant. You just need to restart the whole run. Okay. Repair 4 should handle some of the garbage gear that I have right now. Actually, if I get repair to 7, I can repair anything that I can identify. Let's see here.
Warhammer is truly wild. One of the things that's kind of funny about Warhammer is that it is one of those... It's Warhammer and Helldivers seems to be like demonstration that you really can't make anti-fascist media without the fascists loving it. Because, like, the people who made Warhammer are not fascists, but fascists also love Warhammer. They're like, oh no, unironically, the Space Marines are the good guys. We should all be like Space Marines. It's like, oh, you're crazy. You are insane, actually. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? You are a troll. Regen doesn't help me that much yet. The thing that I appreciate most about the orcs is that they're correct. That, like, the if they paint something purple, the magic of Wa does in fact... I don't know how to pronounce that shit. You're just telling me axe because you want me to die. That's... Well, actually, you're telling me axe because of the meme, and you know what? That's fair. We're going to get this up to 4. We can't not get this to 4. We maybe actually pump all of these to 4 because it's so cheap. We're not going to be able to get expertise on anything for you. And all of these boost the amount of damage that we do with our axe. So I think that this is a very Axe's Calling situation. I want you to use temples and potions. I reject your suggestion that I want you dead. I keep trying to make you live and you refuse. It's pretty rude of you. I think we pump body a bit. And you know what? Do we pump spirit a bit? You intend to use temples to a false god? Heresy! I do also find it funny, like, what are these temples even to? Do we... The only actual religion that we know about in this world... You want me to pick up Wizard Eye? The only religion we know anything about in this world is the Temple of Ba. Like, that's the only religion that we know anything about. Like, what the fuck are these other people worshipping? We have no idea. There's no clear, like, delineation. That would be funny. We do like an actual, like, socialism run. Okay, I can use whatever resources I want, you know, 2 each according to their needs, from each according to their ability, etc., etc. We live on principle, and we don't die because those principles are actually really good at keeping people alive and happy. Well, that's the thing that I'm just realizing is that, like, we have all these priests, but, like, what are they priests to? Like, bringing someone back from the dead, okay, that'll be like 200 gold, it's fine. Well, then, in addition to the 10k that I have to pay every month, I then have to argue my case anytime I get, like stub my toe, in order to not have to pay an additional 10k to a different entity, because the coverage just doesn't cover you unless, like, you get through the... It's so crazy to me. Like, I don't know if you all remember this, but a lot of you are probably European, so you wouldn't have heard this in the first place. But like, there was this whole thing that like Republicans were spouting about death panels like 20 years ago or 10 years ago or however long ago, when people were talking about doing like actual healthcare in America. And the crazy thing is that my mom had cancer. There was a literal death panel whose job it was at the insurance board to find an excuse to not save her life. That their job wasn't to determine whether she deserved to live or not. The job was to kill her if they could find any loophole that would allow them to do so. That was their job, is to deny coverage. And that's just insurance. That's what private insurance is. And there's no way around that. That is always going to be what private insurance is, because they are driven by the profit motive, which means that that's their incentive structure. Anyway, it's wild. But yeah, man, imagine being able to just imagine the world you could live in if something like 2% of your population had the magical ability to cure wounds and, like, prevent people from dying unless they were horrifically injured out far away from a person who can keep them alive. Wait, did they respawn or something? I think these respawned. Just don't get sick. It's a skill issue, bruh. The crazy thing is, the death cult that's running my country now is actually starting that line. They're actually starting to say that it's a skill issue to get sick. It's like, actually, that's where they're going right now is, oh, did you get cancer? Skill issue. Right? Oh, you died of a heart attack? Skill issue. Like, that's the angle they're going with now. It's pretty wild. Okay, now, Mr. TJ, this might be a language difference, but when you say your wife is a kindergartner, do you mean your wife teaches at or otherwise works at a kindergarten, or are you saying that your wife is a kindergartner, which is a 5-year-old? They grow up at kindergarten age? That's crazy. The shit we can do with modern technology. I need to pick up meditation. Let's pick up meditation on our paladin. Ocelota needs nice.
Do you need healing?
Do we want meditation? We don't even need it on you.
Go in peace.
You're honest, Ron. Oh God, imagine being honest. Yeah, no. I assumed it was. I assumed it was a language difference or autocorrect, because like phone autocorrect will say some crazy shit. Phone autocorrect will do some crazy things. Yeah, playing as non-humans is, like, clearly heretical behavior. The Emperor would not approve. I also appreciate that, like, none of the shit that the Imperium believes has anything to do with the Emperor. Like, the Emperor's, like, structures that he created have all been destroyed at this point and replaced by these, like, fanatics with, like, no ideological connection. Look, I'm maybe going to be struggling a little bit here. Maybe a little bit. I don't know why these respawn. I thought enemies weren't supposed to respawn. I guess I could just go into this corner and sieve out a few of those. Yeah. I'm literally saying that as we're... But the problem is that then they'll maybe attack a peasant once or twice. And, you know, that's... Who wants to live that life?
Yes.
Look, what's your name? Where'd you go? You know, the peasant who very fairly and appropriately, I think it's Gloria over here. Gloria ran the fuck away the second the dragonfly showed up. I don't think she's supposed to be here. I don't think it's Tiffany. I think that it was Gloria who ran all the way over there. She's never called me dumb. She's fine. Okay, I'll talk to her, but I don't think she's gonna call me a dum-dum. That'd be crazy. I mean, and also, to be fair, if she did call me a dum-dum, considering the number of times I've gotten her attacked by dragonflies... I can't try to get her to join. That's against the rules. Like, look, the number of times these people have gotten stabbed by... See? I'm Gloria. She's introducing herself, right? Like, it's fine. It's chill. No. Following you would be foolish means that she's saying that following us would be foolish for her to do. That's not calling me dumb. That's saying that she would be dumb to follow me. That's a totally different statement. I'm an adventurer. She's like a smith and or an explorer. Well, okay, she's an explorer saying that is a little weirder. That hits a bit different. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Gloria, wait, we're having second thoughts on Gloria. Maybe she is. It's not calling us insane. It's a totally different dynamic because she is a peasant and we are not peasants. We are a bunch of extremely deadly soldiers, even at level 1. Even at level 1. There's no implied insult to saying that following us would be foolish. I reject this framing. Now, if you need to obtain that framing in order to justify the violence that you're intending to do upon them, I still... Let's see. Follow which rule? Nah, I don't buy it. Oh, well, historically, when I get a hostile peasant, I just don't kill them. Because they don't attack. Any creature that doesn't fight back, I don't kill. If that means that I can't do a map, that means I can't do a map. That's fine. There's been Yeah, that's it. You're correct. I can't complete a map that has things that are not hostile. Just because something's red on the mini-map doesn't mean that it's hostile. If it never attacks you, then it's not hostile. Look, if some peasants come up to me and try to stab me with knives, like, I'll fight back, right? But as long as they're not willing to fight me, I'm not willing to fight them. Them's the rules. This is like the bare minimum that I can descend to. You know, like, I have to have the bare minimum standard of I'm not going to just kill a random person for no reason at all.
Yes.
And that, look, that's also not to say that I won't kill someone who's helpless. In the moment, let's be clear here. I stand by the idea that killing Saravok's, like, fucking mentor who has said that he's going to find another ball spawn and do it all over again, okay, spoiler alert, killing that guy when he's, like, bleeding out on the ground, he's a powerful wizard who's just going to warp the hell out of there at some point when he recovers. You kill that motherfucker, and I don't think you should lose alignment for that. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's reasonable. It's not reasonable that you lose alignment for killing the architect of the current misery that the realm is going through, who intends to do it all over again and has the power to realistically pull it off. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is something that no one has any idea what the hell I'm talking about. You do? You know the character I'm talking about? Holy shit. Because he's like... You only see him once, right? You just see the guy once. He's just like there on the bleeding out on the ground, and he goes, "Oh, by the way, I'm responsible for all of your woes. I'm the one who groomed Saravok into a monster." I might need to get some more regen, actually. If I can get more regen, I might be able to do this. Yeah, the one in the guild basement. No, not Realtar. Not Realtar. Realtar is not the guy I'm talking about. Realtar is barely... Like, he's not... Like, Realtar is a bad guy. He's a bad guy, but I would not consider him to be the architect. He did not groom Saravok into what he is. Saravok was groomed by the wizard dude, and Realtar is a real piece of shit who took advantage of the real piece of shit son that he had, right? That's my vague recollection off of... I have not played Baldur's Gate 2 in quite a while. Or not Baldur's Gate 1 in quite a while, so... Bear that in mind as you are passing judgment on me. We are picking up regen 3. Yeah, he is basically just an evil merchant. He's like the literal, like, most archetypal incarnation of the evil merchant. He's just an asshole who only cares about money. But bear in mind that, like, it's not his plot. He thinks it's his plot, but it's not his plot. It's not even Saravok's plot. It's this other guy. It's this wizard guy. Man, never trust a cultist of a death god, okay? I'm just saying. Does Realtar even know?
Yes.
Like, does Realtar even know what's going on with Saravok? Like, he knows the parts that are relevant to him, right? But, like, he doesn't know shit, right? Classic evil merchant, by the way. You know what? Let's drag you into town, because now that I think about it, everybody has a lot of HP. Can I kill you from here? Oh, you can. No, I cannot. Yeah, he thinks that Saravok is, like, planning to make him rich, and then it's like, oh no, actually... Well, what I meant was, I'm curious if he knows about, like, Saravok's, like, ancestry, right? Does he know about Saravok's ancestry? We're just going full spoiler territory for Baldur's Gate, by the way, obviously. Like, does he know about that part even? Like, I'm curious, like, where the hell are you? What are you doing here? Did you kill her already? No, she ran away. Okay. I'm going to try to just pull you into a guard, I think. Yeah, I know very little. We're talking about Saravok, Realtar, and the guy whose name I don't remember, who's the real architect behind all the bad shit that goes down in Baldur's Gate, who I have no objection to killing. One of the issues that the like initial Baldur's Gate games have, it's like a fairly considerable issue, is the pairing of the alignment system with the reputation system. I think that is inappropriate for we got the kill. Is it Walter? Sounds like a fucking Walter thing to do. It's 210. Do we have the ability to train? We don't. I'm just now realizing that we don't have regen on a person who can heal. The guy who Yeah, don't give me any spoilers for 3, by the way. I have not played 3. I've not played 3. In Baldur's Gate 1, the plot revolves around look, it's not my fault that the protagonist canonically has no personality and is bad at all of the things that I want my protagonist to be good at, okay? It's not my fault. I will play Baldur's Gate 3 at some point, but I have to do it on stream, and I'm going to let chat control things. So I have to get to be a big enough streamer that I can guarantee that someone will be active enough in chat to choose every single dialogue option for me before I stream Baldur's Gate 3. Consider that a crowdfunding goal. Not a crowdfunding, a crowd creating goal. Well, but that's the thing, right? I need to have a rowdy chat who, like, I can set up someone to set up polls. Like, doing Baldur's Gate 3 would be a whole-ass event that... Oh, this is the Shadow. No wonder we had no problems. So it's gonna require more than just one active participant. We need to have 10 people arguing about what they want to do at all times. And so I might never play Baldur's Gate 3 because I'm very bad at creating an audience. Anyway, point being, Walter, that son of a bitch. Let's see if his name is Walter. What is his name? Baldur's Gate. Let's just look for Saravok. Because if we look for Saravok, then... No, I don't need gameplay. I need the plot. How does relationships only have 2 people that don't matter? Which is to say people that he has a romantic relationship with. Which is... Winsky, I think. Is it Winsky? Yes, Winsky. Winsky Perorate. That's a Walter-ass name if ever I've heard one. It's such a weird name. First of all, it's such a wizard name, but it's so not the type of wizard that he is at the same time. It's like, Winsky should be some gnomish illusionist, and instead he's like the architect of like a mass death event. Cultist of Baal. Let's see. What a crazy name for such an evil dude. Because he's the architect of all of it, right? Like, the thing is that, like, obviously, like, the idea that the ball spawn are going to go around killing people generally, that's Ball, right? That's Ball's whole deal, right? But, like, the specific details with Saravok did not have to go down that way. Like, Saravok did not have to, like, have that whole thing. All of that shit that went down with Saravok was Winsky's idea. Did who get loot? Me? That is true. That we are holding a Ball cultist accountable for the fact that they are a Ball cultist, which is honestly fair. I think that that's a reasonable thing to do. Can I? Okay. We can't... We're just going to drag you into some guards. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Come on, buddy. The fact that this is a leecher means that I'm not even sure that I'll be able to kill it without... The thing is that I have two characters that I need to keep alive that don't have regen, and are the only ones who can revive people when they die. So I don't have regen on anybody who can heal, which means that we gotta just...
Get back! Get back! Get back!
Because, like, a leech can't kill me, right? Like, it can't kill me outright, but if all of my characters who can heal are unconscious, that's functionally equivalent to a death. Whoa! Oh! Okay. I was not expecting that. We are reloading. No friendlies are allowed to die on my watch right now. You know what? Maybe they should be, though. Maybe this is our villain arc. Maybe we just go, you know what? Fuck it. If the NPCs die, the NPCs dies. No, basically the leech effect can only drop you unconscious. It can't kill you. So because of that, I don't have to worry about dying to the leech. However, because of the fact that I don't have regen generally, which I need expert body on the thinger for. And that is true. Okay, there is a guard here. Maybe the guard can just tank you, because I did not realize that I had pulled you to a weird location. I think the guard has this. We're fine. I mean, the guard's fine. I don't know that I'd say I'm fine. Okay, we need to pull out. I don't think this is going to take very much damage from the guard. Unfortunately, this does mean the guard might die before I get a heal off. Oh, the guard's probably fine. We just need to get a single heal on Ocelota to be able to make this work. Okay, we need one more, I think? One more mana. Let's go, let's go. That's it? Okay, we're going in. Come on. Let's fucking go! Shishwaris! I can't pronounce that. It's a long name. It's a long name. Let's go! Okay. So now we can regen back up. Let's see. Leecher is a dangerous boss. Leechers can really fuck you up. I mean, if you're a full melee party... Oh. Oh, baby. Disease immunity cloak? Best in slot? Let's slap that right on you, baby. Oh, man. It's a 1 in 5 chance of a disease proc not doing anything. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Alright. Why do we have 99.1? Oh, because... Wait. I have lifesteal. Oh, wait. No way of lifesteal is the dragon solo, yes. That's true. One might have done that. That's an axe! We now have an axe for every party member. That is a clutch pickup. I don't need that. Putting this back. Okay. We don't need catalysts. So can you like soft lock yourself? If do those chests respawn in vanilla? Like, could you soft lock yourself by just using all of the materials for a red potion? I guess not. There's an alchemist here, right? You can just buy the alchemy. Okay. I think the master trainers have been moved now, right? So that's going to be a really big quality of life improvement. Ooh! You probably could soft lock yourself that way, though, right?
I don't know.
Okay. You know what? I want to talk to you about missing people, because I seem to be missing some people that give me completion percentage for this exterior area. Speaking of which, endurance boost. We're not giving that to you. We are going to give this to you because is that the optimal choice? The optimal choice might actually be to give that to Ocelota. No, let's go over here. And we need to why? I thought I should have been close enough to everybody for them to be counted, right? Who am I missing? You know, I don't think I'm going to find this straggler. At least not right now. Because it is 12:51. Do we want to... Let's see. Get Wizard Eye? How's that going to help? What possible purpose could Wizard Eye serve? You know what we're going to do, actually? I was thinking I needed to go in and out of a room. And that's what we do need to do. We're going to go in and out of the dragon. The dragon room. I've already bought some spells, so we don't have a we are not limited in terms of spell purchasing. We've already done it, so you don't have to worry about that. At least we've already picked up some spells. We picked up. Okay, so yes, somebody did just wander into the water so far away that we couldn't even identify them. The question is whether I want to waste the money on Wizard Eye right now. I say waste as I'm about to go into a dungeon that I really benefit from being able to control the pulls on. I don't know, though. It's like a whole thing, and I'd have to pick up, like, the viewer experience. You think I give a shit about my viewers? How dare you insinuate that I care?
I don't know it.
Okay, we got boots. These are really good. I love how our best item so far is boots. We can pick up this bow skill. I don't remember what the longbow maybe.
I wish I knew.
Oh right, I do need to pick up torchlight though. Torchlight is something that improves the viewer experience quite considerably. Oh, is the amulet?
Welcome to the Fire Guild.
I shouldn't have picked up Torchlight's in the place I'm going. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I can't learn it.
Who has
Ah, useless.
Okay, we're not gonna activate it yet. Man, I shouldn't have picked that up. That was a waste of money. Because I'm definitely gonna pick that up in the place I'm going. Okay, we need to pick up the bow skill on somebody. We don't need to pick it up on everybody, but we do need somebody to pick it up. And I think it... Who's the lowest HP right now? It's still you. I think you're gonna do it. That's a good point. That's a good point. Let's see here. But yeah, I was thinking about it from the perspective of... Oh, it's 6 a.m. Or 6 p.m. rather. So... I think it's temple time.
I wish I knew. Very weak.
It's such a good shield. It really is. It is such a good shield. I already have Wizard Eye. I picked up. I picked up Wizard Eye. See? I got you. I got your Wizard Eye. A second Wizard Eye. I think you probably get Wizard Eye in here. No, you don't. You get Torchlight and Awaken or something, right? I can't use any shields though. I might at some point allow myself to use shields, okay? Like, we might use shield. Like, we might allow... Look, we might start breaking rules willy-nilly at some point, okay? But we just haven't reached the point where we're breaking rules willy-nilly yet. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're popping in here. We're just going to take a look inside, see what we can get right off the bat. We pulled 2 bats. Pulled 3 bats. Okay. Okay. That's so true. I'm actually playing a new RPG that this is not related. I don't know why this reminded me of it, but I'm playing a new RPG called Quartet, and I'm curious to see how it goes. So far, I've been enjoying it.
It won't fit.
Okay.
Junk.
Did I even give you the skill?
We could sell
I don't think I give you the skill. Give me a second. You don't have leather skill. God damn it. It's fine. We're gonna get this first try. We have 3 minutes until the stream is supposed to end. And I might do Ethermancer after that, but probably not. Okay, we pulled a single. Let's go. Look at us, all fancy. See how bullshit it is? Like... That's a leech. Not a huge fan of a leech showing up. And that's death. But we almost got it killed. Considering that Leech is just about worst case scenario, that's way cleaner than the previous one was. Okay. I haven't actually played anything in the Gothic series. I haven't gotten around to it. I've heard interesting things about it, but I actually have not played any of the Gothic games. But yeah, we could have killed that boss if I had played a little bit better. Right? That actually would have been fine. So... Oh, so does that mean that in this room I will always have a leech in the room, but it won't... I don't know which enemy will be the leech? It's not like this specific rat is always going to be a leech rat? I don't know. I think the video game that I have made is the best game that's ever been made. Gotcha. Okay, that's interesting. I was thinking that there was like a preset spawn for the bosses. That changes the dynamic a bit, but I'm sure it'll be fine. It is not called Gothic 1 or 2. It's also not Kenshi. It's also not finished, so I am in fact kidding. I've actually worked on multiple game projects that I never bothered to finish. I'm really happy that I finished my writing projects. My books I have in fact finished. So I now have to make the decision of whether I am going to end stream for a moment and do an hour of Ethermancer, or if I'm going to wait on that. I think I maybe want to do an hour of Ethermancer, just because of the fact that I left off yesterday in a crazy place where I had just finished the game. Or I had finished the run, but I haven't talked to anyone in town to find out what that unlocks. And I think that it would be nice to figure that out by Monday, because Monday is, 3 days away. So I might end up doing that. We'll see. I'm gonna end stream for at least a couple of minutes, and I'll probably be back with Ethermancer in just like 5 minutes. Just go to the bathroom, do all the things. So that's gonna be it for today. So thank you for watching, and stick around if you want to see some Ethermancer in a couple minutes. I'm ending stream because it's easier for me to track the VODs that way. Thank you.